And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you're with me. The session has commenced and your company is required. That thing that we do round about this time is being done exactly at this time. So if you're about, come spend however long the session is going to last. You know what the request is by now. As you're coming in, just click on the thumbs up and make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. So as you are coming in, click on the thumbs up and make sure you are subscribed to the channel. So thumbs up and make sure you're subscribed so that you're not thinking, no, I'll do it later and then you don't end up doing it. That's the one contribution you can make to the platform. So do it and have it over and done with. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there you heard it. Iku Koniriwa Agbeche, the powerful Kegite. Iku Koniriwa Agbeche, that prayer you should know the meaning by now. May death never have anything to do with us. That is the potency of that prayer. And so say all of us. So amen to that. Iku Koniriwa Agbeche. So Iku Koniriwa Agbeche, as let me just move one story across to the line. And then we begin. So Iku Koniriwa Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. Hold on. Yes. So Iku Koniriwa Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. We will soon have to say goodbye to Nigeria as a nation. So the former president of Nigeria is the one making this headline. If there was ever a one Nigerianist, I don't think there's anybody more one Nigerian than this fella. So the surprise, Olusegun Obasanjo, of course, we will soon have to say goodbye to Nigeria as a nation, a headline attributed to the twice, 3 times, even 4 times president of that country, Olusegun Obasanjo. Lagos to punish those who shared gallons of fuel as souvenirs to party guests in a viral video. So this video we saw on this platform just yesterday when it was actually brought to us by DOG. So that's a story that we're all alarmed at. Instead of sharing all these plastic things that they share at all these parties that has no meaning, that you throw away even before you get home, they are now sharing half gallons of petrol at Nigerian parties. But this now a step too far according to the Lagos state government. Lagos to punish those who shared gallons of fuel as souvenir in a viral video. So quite what is in play there, we find out soon enough. Tinubu is a son of the soil. The Emir of Katsina speaking, Buhari's own direct king himself. So he's the one making that headline. So quite what led him to that comment, we find out soon enough. So we find the next one out soon enough as well. Just as soon as my computer stops playing games. I hope I've not been frozen out entirely. This is just the way it is. They say you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. So you pay peanuts, you get monkeys, and essentially a peanut laptop. Insecurity will never be as bad as before. Chief of Defense Staff Irabo assures Nigerians. So once upon a time, they told us that they technically defeated insurgency and Boko Haram in Nigeria, and that was 4 or 5 years ago. But unfortunately, they did not send the memo to the insurgents and Boko Haram that they had been defeated. So these people just carried on as though they were not defeated, and in fact, they ratcheted up and escalated their insurgency and terrorism. So hopefully they've sent the memo this time around. Insecurity will never be as bad as before. Chief of Defense Staff Irabo assures Nigerians. So quite what made them so bold to make that assertion, we'll find out soon enough. Ex-Special Anti-Robbery Squad official dismissed for armed robbery kidnapping back to police force without trial. So this, of course, you don't even need to be told this to know that this is what is going on. Essentially, the entirety of the Nigerian police force and all the security apparatus, they are essentially armed robbers in uniforms. So this is what we have always held to be the case, and we now have evidence to affirm that with that knowledge, I wouldn't even say it's an assertion or suspicion, it's really a knowledge. We all know they are armed robbers because they rob people. This is what they do, and they kill as well. Ex-Special Anti-Robbery Squad official dismissed for armed robbery, kidnapping, back to police force without trial. So that comes as no surprise to anyone, I'm sure. And this final headline, certainly not surprising to anyone as well. Malami blocking Abba Kyari's extradition. HURIWA. So that's the organization, that's the acronym for the organization that is making that headline. Human Rights Writers Association, I think they are called. Malami blocking Abba Kyari's extradition, a headline attributed to NGO of some sort. So that is in play as well. So plenty to go through. So lean back, as I said, kick back, take it easy, but don't take it easy too much yet until you have clicked on the like button and the subscribe button, because we're trying to push ourselves up the chain in the YouTube algorithm. So do that to support the channel. And by way of inducement, let me bring you a little bit of a musical intermission. To the east we go to sing the holy song.
Another Savior, holy, 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 another Savior, holy, 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 holy,
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 they were singing out, holy, 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 this another Savior. Holy, 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 Yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Is another savior. Another savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another savior.
Another savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another savior.
Well, this is MoBM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumebujuku is another savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumebujuku is another savior. Holy, 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 Olumebujuku is another savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kwa namno.
So there you heard it. Holy, 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 holy Nandekano is their other savior, the dulcet tones of the Igbotics. So the dulcet tones of the Igbotics, holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. We will soon have to say goodbye to Nigeria as a nation if, and then it tells of Obasanjo speaking. So quite why he's saying that, let's find out. Former Nigerian President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo has grimly predicted the discontinued existence of Nigeria as a country due to the manipulation of the electoral process and the selfishness of its leadership. Obasanjo made this assertion on Saturday during an international symposium to mark his 85th birthday in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. He further stated that many presidential aspirants ought to be investigated by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) and the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) due to their roles in the current state of the economy. He said, "Since 1999, we have changed from one political party to another. We have maneuvered and manipulated to the point that election results are no longer reflections of the will of the people, and we seem to be progressively going back rather than going forward politically, economically, and socially. We have activities without requisite actions and personnel to move us forward. If we continue in this same pattern of recycling, sweet word campaigning, maneuvering without the substance of integrity, honesty, patriotism, commitment, outreach, courage, understanding, of what makes a nation and what makes for development, we will soon have to say goodbye to Nigeria as a nation. I cast a cursory look at some of the people running around and those for whom people are running around. If EFCC and ICPC will have done their jobs properly and been supported adequately by the judiciary, most of them will be in jail. Any person who has no integrity in small things cannot have integrity in big things. So that is Obasanjo now. So a categorical damnation on the totality of the entirety. This is what this guy is saying because no bars, no holds were barred in this just uh just a slaughtering of the Nigerian space by the former president. So he is saying that the electoral process is completely manipulated by selfish leaders and elections are not the reflection of the will of the people. We saw that play out in 2019 when after 4 years of bastardization of the country, the people said enough and they voted Buhari out, but just a glut of people, no more than 10 people, they reinstated him as president and said, go to hell, the rest of you. And he's saying just the categorical, the total list of everybody parading themselves as possible replacements for Buhari, they should be in jail. Tinubu should be in jail. Atiku should be in jail, certainly. Saraki certainly should be in jail. Wike should be in jail now. Tambuwal they should all be in jail. But of these noted, satiated, hardened criminals, of this bunch, you get the pick of the next president. So he is telling you that the totality of the whole process not fit for purpose. So there it is right there. I wonder if I have the video clip that should precede this next line. And by the way, if you have not thumbs up, then please thumbs up because I ask you often enough and you should have done that by now. And it's outrageous if you haven't. So please just do that straight away. Let me see if I have the video clip that precedes. Hold on. There's a video clip that I'd like to play to precede the next talking point. This was a thing that was brought to us by DOG yesterday. So let me just see if I can find that because it just sinks in nicely with the talking point. So if I can't find it, then it will just go nicely with the talking point. No, it's not this one. Just bear with me 1 second. I must insist on finding that because it chimes just neatly with what is to come. So let me just see. But if I can't find it, I might well have to abandon it. Oh goodness me. Hold on. Talk amongst yourself for a moment. Because if I can find this. Actually, let me play you the eagle has landed. Okay, let me just abandon that. I'll probably find it in the course of the session and I'll present it to you. So let me not hold you guys up by dwelling too much on that. But what I was hoping to find you was the video clip that led to this next headline. Lagos to punish organizers that shared gallons of petrol as souvenirs in viral video. The Lagos state government said it would punish those. The Lagos state government said it would punish those that shared kegs of fuel as souvenirs to party guests in a viral video on Friday. The State Commissioner of Information and Strategy, Boyega Omotosho, said this in a statement on Saturday. Omotosho said that the development was blatant disregard for all safety measures. He stressed that the action was dangerous and could lead to losing lives and properties. The attention of the Lagos state government has been drawn to a video showing kegs of petrol being handed out as souvenirs at an event center in Lagos. The video has gone viral on social media, he said. There is no doubt that this action is dangerous and can lead to the loss of lives and property. It is blatantly against all safety measures in such places. The Lagos State government, through the Safety Commission, is investigating this matter and will ensure that all parties to this reprehensible action are made to account for it, whilst calling on residents to desist from taking actions that could lead to the loss of lives and properties. The commissioner noted that the safety of lives and property of Lagosians and visitors remain a top priority to the state government. In a viral video seen by correspondents, guests were handed liters of petrol at the Erelu Oke Installation Foundation Party. Reads the sticker on the keg, popularly called gallons in Nigeria. It was a coronation party of one Chidinma Ogulu, a fashion stylist, as the Erelu Oke of Orile Kenta. So that in itself a side story. So Chidinma Ogulu is now an Erelu in Yoruba land, handing out petrols to burn down the place. This comes as Nigerians continue to contend with hardship brought about by acute fuel scarcity across the country. The majority of fueling stations in major Nigerian cities are not dispensing fuel, and there are long queues at the fuel stations selling the product. Many Nigerians have been forced to rely on black market for fuel. The development has crippled economic activities in major Nigerian cities. The current fuel scarcity commenced after contaminated fuel was imported into the country by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, the sole importer of fuel into the country. So there it is right there. And who is the petroleum minister, by the way? No prices for guessing. Aboki from Daura. On to the next. Obasanjo clears air on sponsoring 3 Southern aspirants for presidency. Former President of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, has denied sponsoring 3 presidential aspirants from the South ahead of the 2023 general elections. Obasanjo cleared the air on the rumor on Saturday while speaking at a symposium to mark his 85th birthday celebration in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. He also insisted that he has not endorsed anyone to run for the presidency next year. So bear with me 1 second. I think I can hear my hold on.
Another Savior, holy, 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 another Savior.
All right. Sorry about that. So where was I? Yes. Let me take that from the top again. Former President of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, has denied sponsoring 3 presidential aspirants from the South ahead of the 2023 general elections. Obasanjo cleared the air on the rumor on Saturday while speaking at a symposium to mark his 85th birthday celebration in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. He also insisted that he has not endorsed anyone to run for the presidency next year. According to Obasanjo, according to Obasanjo, I read and hear about endorsement and statements in support of candidates that I frankly have not made, and forming next political parties that I can never get involved in. I was told that social media credited to me the names of 3 people from the South that I am sponsoring for the presidency in 2023. My friend, Professor Ango Abdullahi, who brought this to my knowledge, I have neither named anyone nor my stated position. So this is Obasanjo now distancing himself. He can say all he likes, but people will use his name absolutely categorically. People will go and visit him. He will entertain that visit, and they will come out of that meeting to say that he has endorsed them. That is just how it works in Nigeria. No fear, no gain, but it's just that's the way it goes. Tinubu is the son of the soil, Katsina Emir. The Emir of Katsina, Abdul Mumin Kadir Usman, has said the national leader of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is a son of the soil who he cannot disown. Correspondents report that Emir Usman made the remark recently when he received in his palace a delegation of members of the Arewa Organization Movement for Tinubu 2023 presidency, led by Senator Abu Ibrahim. This man that you brought, Tinubu, is home here. He is the son of the soil and he has done a lot for me. I was in Lagos some 3 weeks ago, the first time since 1967, and I have seen how Lagos is transformed. And I concluded that all the country's wealth is in Lagos, he said. Speaking earlier, Senator Abu Ibrahim, who led the group to Katsina Emir, said their mission at his palace was to seek his royal blessing, support, and advice towards the emergence of the ambition of the former Lagos state governor to become Nigeria's president in 2023. He expressed optimism that Tinubu has the qualifications and everything it takes to turn the fortune of the country around. So, endorsement from Buhari's own village clan head itself. So, it looks as though this guy is lining up all the ducks in a row. You know, is dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. This is what we're seeing playing out. So this is a guy, this is a guy with an intention that he's not going to give up. It will take some doing to take it from him. They will take it from him, is what a lot of people are saying, but it will take some doing, is what I am insisting. Insecurity will never be as bad as before. Chief of Defense Staff Irabo assures Nigerians. The Chief of Defense Staff Lucky Irabo has assured Nigerians that the year 2022 will see peace returning to all troubled parts of the country. Never again will we have the level of insecurity that we have had in the past, and this is an assurance, he said. Mr. Irabo gave the assurance on Saturday in Abuja at the 2022 International Military Sports Council Day, run for the armed forces and security agencies, with the theme Running for World Peace. He said that the world needed peace at this time, given the tension of monumental proportions ongoing between Russia and Ukraine and the various security challenges confronting Nigeria. Mr. Irabo stated that peace was returning to various troubled parts of Nigeria, and the security forces have been playing their roles at redressing the challenges. I am hopeful that for us in Nigeria, the peace that we have yearned for all these years will be a turning point this year. Whilst thanking Nigerians for the support given to the armed forces in its fight against insecurity, the chief of defense staff said it is not yet over. So there it is right there. That is the language of technical defeat that we have heard before. And this language, the insurgents always say it as a dare, because you remember when Lai Mohammed told us that they had technically defeated Boko Haram all those 3-4 years ago. There was just a spike in insurgent activity suddenly, as though the Boko Haram insurgents were responding to him. So here we now have the Chief of Defense Staff now making pretty much that same statement or statements akin. So now, hopefully, this doesn't trigger a response from that space, because this is what we know the tradition to be. They come with these boastful statements, and then the insurgents are moved to smack them down. So we watch the headlines then to see. But then we cannot really watch the headlines, can we really? Because we know that the headlines are not a reflection of what is going on in Nigeria. Because the Buhari administration, the Buhari regime, I should say, they've clamped down totally on the press space in Nigeria. Remember how they were even micromanaging it to even picking the verbs of descriptions in articles in newspapers. So we can't get any concept of what is going on in Nigeria, except, of course, what their bookies would have you believe. So there it is right there. And still with security matters, ex-special anti-robbery squad official dismissed for armed robbery kidnapping back to police force without trial. A police officer attached to the now defunct Special Anti-Robbery Squad, who was dismissed from the Nigerian police in 2018 over armed robbery, kidnapping, and other crimes, has now been restored to the force without trial, human rights activist Harrison Gwamnishu revealed. Gwamnishu, who is the founder of Behind Bars Foundation, in a statement said the Police Service Commission has to explain how the dismissed officer found his way back to the force. Whilst Guam Nishu did not mention the name of the officer, recall that in 2018, the police announced the dismissal of 4 policemen attached to the Special Anti-Robbery Squad Ikeja over robbery and other crimes. The then Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone C Command, Adamu Ibrahim, was reported to have approved the dismissal. The dismissed officers include Sergeant Adeoye Adekunle, Sergeant Adekiton Adebowale, Sergeant Igbiloki, and Sergeant Odigi Hehosa. The police said the 4 policemen were dismissed and subsequently charged to court for armed robbery, kidnapping, unlawful detention, and intimidation, as well as threatening violence. The panel had recommended the 4 officers be dismissed based on the report of the investigation carried out on a petition against them by one Mr. Chukwudi Godwin, popularly referenced to as Bishop. A statement from the police reads, the petitioner stated that on June 4, 2017, he was in his house around Alagbado area of the state when 4 armed men stormed his house to effect his arrest on allegations of performing fake miracles. He stated that after his arrest, he was taken to one hotel in Agege where he was detained and threatened to be killed if he did not cooperate. He explained further that the following day, June the 5th, 2017, he was taken to the bank where he was made to transfer 7 million naira to the account of one of the operatives. So there it is right there. These crimes that are easily proven is what they seem to routinely commit. So you ask somebody to transfer money to your account, unless you kill the guy, I mean, it only has to go to the police to just, yeah, and even if you kill the guy, I mean, they'll still see that last transaction on his account to trace it back to you to answer questions. But it's just a weird place that Nigerian state. Let me just see. Hold on. Okay, so we go on now to the last story, and then we come into the room to see who is there to take them on. So let's just see. My computer is playing up, as I said. Malami blocking Abakari's extradition. So quite why that is, let's find out. Following the request of Abakari to be tried in the United States for his involvement with internet fraudster Roman Abbas, aka Hush Puppy, the Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, HURIWA, has claimed that Abubakar Malami and some political forces in the north are blocking his extradition. The human rights group who made this claim in a statement signed by its national coordinator, Comrade Emmanuel, disclosed that the AGF office allowed the extradition of Kerry to linger to nearly a year before it allowed the human rights group who made this claim in a statement signed by its national coordinator, Comrade Emmanuel, disclosed that the AGF office allowed the extradition of Kyari to linger to nearly a year before it announced this week that the Nigerian government was willing to extradite him. Our correspondent had on Thursday reported that the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation requested that Kerry be tried in the United States over alleged involvement with a hush puppy. Also, it was revealed that the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency had since February filed 8 charges against Kerry before a federal high court and that Kerry would be arraigned on March the 7th. The DCP has been kept in NDLEA custody since the 14th of February when he was arrested for attempting to sell cocaine. Reacting to new developments, HURIWA said the AGF and some northern political forces must be on a conspiratorial mission because as long as Kerry is facing charges in Nigeria, he cannot be extradited to the United States based on the extradition treaty between Nigeria and the United States. The group, however, added that it is either that the AGF is not even aware that the NDLEA filed charges or he knew but still authorized the filing of an extradition application, even when aspects of the extradition treaty between Nigeria and the United States says no extradition will happen if the accused person is facing same or another charge or charges at the time of filing the extradition application. Malami needs to explain why his office did not ask the NDLEA not to file charges, so the extradition application goes first. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We debated this endlessly in just the last session, and what we concluded was it's a conspiracy. So, Tony, we have you, and hopefully we're able to have a conversation with you today. So, Tony, are you there, Tony?
Yes,
all
sir.
right.
Good evening.
Okay. All right. So, yes. So, Tony, let me take you to the Abakari space. Okay. Actually, let me take you to the. Pardon me. Let me take you to the let me take you to the Obasanjo space. So Obasanjo comes out to state that the Nigeria almost certainly is going to break up because of the corruption in the electoral processes, people holding on to power, votes not counting, criminals vying for elective spaces. So what do you have to say to all that, Tony?
Yes, that he just vindicated all what I be trying to say here that always make you to go angry. But anyway, you can see it's truth. Not this guy is it's our only man in the whole Nigeria. You know what I'm saying. It's the only guy who is very, very credible. You know what I'm saying. So the guy really try. And then he's not afraid. He said the truth to power. God bless him. So may God give him. You see how he's looking young. He bounces around because of clear conscience. You know what I'm saying. So no matter whatever people talk about Obasanjo, if not Obasanjo, we don't have. There's no GSM. Nigeria's people's life would have be very, very crazy today. But God said, sorry, I'm trying to use German. So we thank God that that He gave us such a man in our country. So it has changed all my all what I believe, what I've been hearing about the guy when I was a kid in the 80s. So like people say that he stole $2 billion or whatever. Then I used to hate him, but later, so during his time as a president, you can see how he empowered the people. His wife also, all these Nollywood musicians like K1, and this K1 and Sito Gungbe, this guy, how he brought them back to Nigeria, encourages them. You know what? That's that kind of leadership we need, sir. But unfortunately,
All right. And talking about how he's looking at his age, I posted a clip of him playing football at
yeah,
85. Even I
yeah,
cannot. I don't think I can play football anymore. Yeah,
yeah,
ambulance at
I
the
know.
ready. So
Yes,
look how fit
yes,
he is. You know,
yes,
And it
yeah,
wasn't just time. It was actually in the game.
yes,
Scoring
yes,
goals and everything. You know,
yes.
even though they are all just letting him. But
It's from God. It's from our
yeah.
God. From our God. Because our ancestors, they are trying to. You know that one man. Let me just tell you one thing. Do you know
Hmm,
that many people they are talking about pastors, what pastors are doing in Nigeria right now, or what the Muslims are doing in Nigeria right now. But at the
hmm.
end of the day, they will be praying. So when they will say that in the name of Jesus, you know what I'm saying. So our people are still very crazy. We are talking about decolonization, but they don't want to understand. So, but our ancestors, the God that the God of Ogun or Lukun, whatever we believe in, is helping that guy because you know that if that guy is not alive, it could have be a very terrible situation.
Obasanjo is a Christian.
No, I know, but he don't believe in Christianity. I know this,
Uh,
but
He's a theologian. He not only does he believe, he's a regular in church. He even went back recently to get PhD in theology. What do you mean
yes,
he doesn't believe? He don't,
he has to be the bandwagon, sir. You know that's that's
what
the
do you
culture
mean?
in Nigeria.
If he doesn't
Look,
believe it, Obasanjo is a Christian now. What are you talking about?
look at you. For example, now you know that people of Jehovah Witness faith they never dabble into politics, but you are trying to rescue our country also by
No,
contributing your quota.
But Obasanjo is a Christian now. But so
No,
it's
but they
not that.
worship Ogun. You get where they do sacrifice.
How do you know that?
No, that's our culture, sir. You see, we cannot take that one away. Forget about all these our kings. They will be praying Jesus' name. They are lying. You know.
It's only you, Tony.
Yeah.
All right. But to the greater matter, though, because he also went on to say that, and it wasn't. It just said the totality of them, or all the people parading themselves as our presidential candidates, etc., etc. He said if the EFCC was doing its job, every single one of those people should be in jail. And if you go to the list of the people parading themselves, you cannot really go too much against what Obasanjo is saying. If EFCC was doing its job or ICPC, Tinubu would have been in jail a long time ago. Atiku would have been in jail longer. Shataraki should probably die in jail, and all of them should rot in jail. But rather than rot in jail, of course, they are going to be the next president. And this is what he's saying to you that look, this country is just going to break up. And he especially spoke about the electoral space that there's no election taking place in Nigeria, is what he says. He says the election does not represent the will of the people. And these people, they have bastardized the electoral process and they're just self-perpetuating and they're not fit for purpose. So that is recipe for failure, however you choose to square it.
Yes, yes, sir. Can I respond now?
Yeah, carry on.
When you started to read this out in your intro, as usual, I used to love your introductions. No matter what you are tabling or whatever. So I love you. No matter what you are presenting, I like your voice. So when you made mention of that, when you talk about Russia, I say yeah. I say maybe one more will let me in today because
No, I will
because
always let you in. So long as you stay with. It's nothing personal. Just stay with topic.
I
That's
know,
all.
I know, I
Yeah.
know, I know. I
Uh,
said because Obasanjo was trying to paint the situation in a more milder way, milder way, like not so hard like I used
mm.
to, because it's just replicated of what I've been saying, like the election will not count, even though
Because
that
what are we really doing in Nigeria is the question. The elections do not count. The populace know that their votes don't count, and the people rigging the elections, they know that people know that they are rigging the elections.
yes,
The people ruling the country, they are not fit for purpose. They are not qualified. The population know they are not qualified. They know they are not qualified, and they know that the population know that they are not qualified. So they hold that place by the force of a barrel of a gun, and they continue to loot it. But then, to what end, though? To what end? So you take steal all this money and you go to Saudi, they still treat you as a bibi or something or some nigger. They just see you as some black nonsense in Saudi now. They see you as some black nonsense in Europe. The only place you are a human being is in your own homeland. But then you are not fit to rule. You loot all the place. You go to Saudi and they say yes, sir to you. But really, they are just mocking you. They are mocking you in the Middle East. They are mocking you in the European space. They are mocking you in Asia, and they are mocking you globally. You are walking around naked, and you think you're an emperor. This is what is going on. Not fit for purpose. The totality of all of them.
Exactly. Yesterday you was, you know, that you also made mention that yesterday you was having some heated debate with somebody on the platform, that you were saying that what can we do now? Because you just as you pointed out now, you pointed them out yesterday. You said, what can we do now? Can we just sit down and be watching these people make us dry? Yeah, drain our blood. I mean, what can we do? Then I know that I say, oh, one man don't tire too. You know, I say one man don't. Because people like you, you know, by the time you always say, when you make a U-turn with your opinions, you know, you have be try to say, okay, make we not worry, things go better, things go better. But you can't say the thing, no way, no head, no tail. Now you can't say, you can't begin change. I really happy, you know, because it's just too bad. Just imagine a country with such vast petroleum. You know, that the people are saying that we are number seven. We are not number seven in the actual sense. We are number two or three in the world. You know, considering the the byproducts, which usually accompany this raw material that we take from the ground. You know, because our petroleum products, when we refine them, we can also get glasses out. We get some plastic out. We get so many things out under the
Yeah,
Saudi Arabia.
but it's the same for every other person now.
No,
But
no, no, no. Saudi Arabia own is only diesel and the petrol, and then the rest is just scrap.
I don't know
There's
about
difference.
that. You know, I don't.
Venezuela might be okay because of the tropical this thing, you know. I don't know.
Ours is Brent crude, isn't it?
Yes,
Ours is
yes, sir, yes,
Brent
sir, yes,
crude.
sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. It's the best. It's the best because they can get so many things out of it, you know, like alpha for
Hmm.
tying road. That is what make me. Yesterday also he was asking, are we not monkeys? Yeah, because just imagine we have everything. Just imagine, sir. You know, back in the days we have all these tanks around all the whole cities in Nigeria where they usually produce. We just can't refine our product. It's just too crazy, sir. I don't know. I don't know.
You know what our biggest problem is? Our biggest problem is that we have a rulership that has no concept of anything.
Yes,
There are people living in the 16th, 17th century where their
yes.
whole concept is to ride on horses, behead people, and loot and pillage. So they are looters and pillagers. They are not developers and entrepreneurial. So they are happy to dig the resources from the ground, hand it over to the Europeans for however much the Europeans are willing to give them, and they'll continue to do that and just take the money. There's no big plan, there's no grand plan, there's no concept of development. It's just easy money. They take it and then they go around grandstanding. It's almost unbelievable. You know, I hate saying it's almost unbelievable all the time, almost as though but it's almost unbelievable, almost.
I'm very grateful for
Anyway,
that you now try to I know you already know from the I know you know everything from the onset, but just you try to manage the situation. You didn't want us to have any war, because I know your people now. Jehovah Witness, they don't like war. That's what made me to to join at that time, they are not racist because in South Africa, in America, Jehovah Witnesses, they usually worship God together in mysteries, black and white. But when if you go to Germany here, when we came here, we try to go to the church. The white man would not like to sit near to you. You know, so that was what brought me into made me fall in love with Jehovah Witness. There was one guy they call Mike. I used to go to Olodia Papa. I'm over of his street. So there was a congregation
all
there.
right, you did promise us that you'll stay on topic. What are we talking about Jehovah's Witness
Oh,
now?
okay, yeah, no, I'm just saying that like normally or usually you people don't involve in anything violence or like war or argument with people. You always try to calm people down.
All right. Let me play
Mm.
you a video clip, Tony, to build you up to the next talking point. So hopefully
Okay,
I
sir.
don't get kicked out. I usually get kicked out around about this time, but hopefully. Okay, so there it is. So the music doesn't really matter, but is what is going on that really concerns. So there you see, Tony, people are giving out gallons of petrol as souvenirs at a party. So this party now, there's just so many elements to this story. So you can see them giving out the gallons of petrol, but this is a ceremony, a coronation ceremony of a girl called Chimaka or something being made an Erelu in Yoruba land. So that in itself
There
a
is
story.
scarcity of petrol here, one man.
I
So
know.
they distribute petrol, people are happy. There is no
No,
petrol
but
in
wait.
they are all getting arrested now, Igo. Okay,
Yeah.
we can see you in your Ferrari. Is that what you
They
want to
should
report?
execute them. They should
No,
face
I'm not
execution.
driving on a Ferrari.
I think Igo
I'm
wants
not
to show
driving
off
on
his
a Ferrari.
Ferrari.
I'm driving on a Lexus 460.
462. You couldn't just leave it at Lexus. You have to tell us it's 462. I don't know
Even
about cars, so that's not a
Even
real.
not provoke so early, my brother.
Eh?
Alpha,
Eh?
Oshari.
Eh?
Oshari, you don't begin a
Eh?
craze.
There is
You don't chop
scarcity in the country.
you don't
So
chop all
if
Lagos
they are
money finish.
handing fuel as handout to people, they are helping Nigerians. Nigerians are suffering, my brothers.
But you can't hand out petroleum in gallons now.
Debt. You are handing out debt.
They hand out petroleum in gallons to me and we accept it. No petrol in the country.
No, you should not be doing that. That is a risk. That is a health and safety.
But that is what we have in this country now, one man. When you go to the filling station now, when you drive your car to the filling station, they don't give you fuel. Why? Because when they give those in the gallons, they collect money from them. They can't collect money from you unless you want to give them willingly. So therefore, recognize anything car in their filling stations. Across the country, here in Lagos, I'm talking about, I don't know if other states are like that.
Okay, and you continue to insist that Nigeria is better than
Thank you. That's the question I want to ask you. That civilized. When woman told you that, Igo Mudia.
Before, Mr. Man, will you quiet and let me talk?
Okay.
Yeah, don't be aggressive
for
now.
7 years.
No, now we win.
Now we win. This kind of situation before. Not because we
Thomas is
on
the floor already.
All right. No, it's Tony, not Thomas.
No, not Thomas. Mr. Igo. Sorry, Wama. Mr. Igo. You know, when Wama told you that we are not civilized, that when you move from Ikeja to Obalende, that you'll be dead.
I'm just coming from Ikoyi, and right now I'm in the center of Lagos Island.
With how many police escort?
Nobody. I'm just with my Navy
You
friend.
are don't lying to yourself.
Why would anybody escort you?
No, they talk. No, they why you us here, beg. Koniman die.
Why you?
Ego, no be
I will
yourself.
soon get to Tinubu Square now. I want to see someone when it's 10 o'clock now to 11 at night, maybe 10 minutes to 11. I will be in Tinubu Square now and I will park down there. I will stay there even for 1 hour. You just condemn this country.
But no be you people they fear. It is people like you. Like you people they fear now. No be yeah, the fear that is preventing people to be on the street.
Thank you. You are one of them.
No, let us. That is
but no.
You can still come into Nigeria. You can still own your company. Like myself now, I also come from outside this country and I'm trying to build up things here. And I'm getting the peace that I want. Even yes, there are some challenges. Yes, the people are hungry. Yes, Nigeria is a tough place. Yes, they can steal you. All these things happen, but it's in every country. And when you are in your country, you know, you have to make things work. Even in those difficult situations, come on, you have to find where to be solved for you. That's how it will be. Or you want me to run out of Nigeria because it's not a good place or as claimed. Then I go to where? Go to where?
Then Ego, go to Borno State.
I go to Borno State. This guy is from Kaduna. My friend here is from Kaduna. He used to see. You guys said that you can't travel by road, Ilya. How many times did you come from Kaduna? Now you came by road, right? Came by road, yes or no?
Yes,
I'm in the public here.
by road.
Okay, he came from Kaduna by road.
No, you are forcing words into his mouth now. You are forcing words into his mouth. We saw you.
No, don't think so. You just want me to be precise with the point you want to drive, that's all.
You might be lucky today.
Is
You
there
might
is
be
there
lucky
is there
today.
even
drive.
any
Maybe you
road?
might
Is
not be
there
lucky
People
tomorrow.
used to
is
drive
there
from
any road?
Kaduna to
Is there hold
Lagos.
on? No. Is there any road in
See,
Kaduna?
the way
Hold
we
on,
are, we
Ego,
are
hold on.
exaggerating this thing. This
Ego,
is
hold
my
on. Oh
position.
God.
I
When it goes
never
on one, you
said
never
to you
listen
people that
again.
they don't kidnap
God.
here. I never said to you that there are no bandits. I never said to you that the country is heaven and hell. But what I said is that
Oh, hold
there
on.
are lots of
Ego, can you hold
exaggeration.
on? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Ego?
All right.
Can you
Yeah,
hold
yeah.
on? I was going to ask, are there
Oh,
even roads in Kaduna? Because as far as I'm aware, they ride on camels over there, don't they? Do they have roads?
Leah, is there road? The Kaduna man is with me. Wait, he will answer you. Speak up,
Is
please.
it not camel? Have they gone from riding camel to driving cars?
Well, when you're coming from, hello, when you're
Yes.
coming from the Sahara, I'm sure in those days you used to have some camels to take you and sustain you through the desert. But Kaduna, I don't think you have good information about that. Yeah?
They have
Whatsoever it is, when
they
you
have, they
inform me
have
that
cars
you want
they
to show
have cars
light,
there
you
now.
want
They
me to
have
join
cars.
you, or how you can,
You have cars in Kaduna. Answer.
that question should not come up like
Don't
that.
mind this one man.
Kaduna is a central, it's the most centralized state
One man, you are
in the north.
you are
So,
embarrassing to the
well,
public.
I believe you have a.
Yeah.
If they have cars in Kaduna,
I'm
Well,
asking now
well, you're
because
talking to
I thought
my
they
brother.
use camels to travel. They
No,
are
it's
getting
not.
camels.
It's
one
not this
man,
era.
Well,
one
It's not
man,
this era.
Kaduna,
It's not this
yeah.
era. One man.
Kaduna,
Well,
Kaduna is like Lagos State now. Kaduna is a big city with all kinds of civilization. If not for this banditry and this Boko Haram stuff, you don't know Kaduna those days.
Hmm.
How can you be saying they ride camel in Kaduna in the media space?
I mean, it's a
Why you
level of
denigrate
exposure.
your country
I'm
like
only
this?
asking
They
now.
don't drive
You
camel in
know,
Kaduna.
okay. So
You
if
have some
I'm
of the best cars in Kaduna.
no. Hold on, Igo. If I'm ignorant, then you educate me now. Don't mock me now. I thought they were still riding camels in that space, but they have cars now. Yeah.
They don't drive camel. This is Tinubu Square. This is Tinubu Square. This is Tinubu Square in Lagos
Be
Island. You
careful
can hear
that
me
they don't
very well.
snatch your phone. No,
And
they
you
will
are
snatch
enclosed
your
in
phone.
Tinubu
No, they will
Square. Look,
snatch your phone. No.
it is 11.
Eh?
It is 11 o'clock. This is Tinubu Square. You can see the building. You are in the
Ego,
center
why
of
is the
Lagos
place so
Island.
dark like that? Why is the place so dark?
Sir, I'm in
Why is the
Tinubu
place
Square
so
right
dark?
now. I don't know. There is no light in the country.
No power holding
Even
for
the street
Nigeria,
lights,
so
some are
light
not
no go
working.
dey
Look at
there.
it.
And then you
This is
said everything's
Nnamdi
okay.
Azikiwe. This is Nnamdi Azikiwe. Eh? This is a marina by the front, Broad Street by the back there.
Don't worry. SARS will stop you soon as we are streaming, and then we'll see.
Nobody stops me
Eh?
in Lagos, Oga.
Eh?
I move at night any time of the day.
SARS
Why
will
will
stop
you
you.
stop me for what?
Uh-uh.
Nobody stops me in Lagos. When you stop me, okay, I stop for you and you let me go. I have no business with you.
Okay, Igor, let us
Nobody
proceed,
stops me
Bo.
in
Let us
Lagos, brother.
proceed, Bo. Bo.
All right. All right. Thank you, Go. So back to you, Tony. So that
Okay.
space then, because what the Lagos State government is saying is that they've sealed off that event center where that activity took place, and they are seeking to effect the arrest of the people who participated in that. Because yes, there's petroleum scarcity, but that is a very high octane, very risky thing to be handing out gallons of petrol in a drunken space. So, what do you concur with Lagos State on their position?
More than 100%. That they should get this guy, the guys that are the organizers, should be arrested and without no court proceedings, should be sent to life imprisonment. Because when I say that penalty, you might say that's too harsh. Let them. I mean, this is just too. It's too outrageous. I never see that kind of thing. Even gas bottles. Man, I mean,
Tony,
Tony, life
Tony,
imprisonment.
Tony, can I come in,
Yeah,
please?
yes,
death
yes.
penalty for handing. This is Tony.
Okay,
Death
Tony,
penalty.
it's one man. There is
Just
something I
to
would
serve
like
as
to
a
say, Tony.
deterrent,
No,
Yeah,
for
Tony,
death
anybody.
penalty
Tony,
for handing out petrol
Tony,
in.
Oh yes,
Tony,
right on.
Tony,
Then.
please allow me to come in here a little, please.
Ah.
If you are going to arrest those people for dashing out, gallon of petrol in this, situation where there are no, petrol anywhere in Nigeria, scarcity queue every day, you can't get them in the, gas stations and so on and so forth. If you are going to arrest those people, then why can't you also arrest those people that are buying in gallons to go and service their gen sets in their houses? People that are now powering their houses with generators in their houses. Does it, in fact, one of the most dangerous thing is to have generators in the house, because
Yes.
The fumes,
I
yeah.
heard when you off that thing, there is some, carbon, is it a carbon
Fumes, yeah, fumes.
monoxide?
Some fumes, yeah.
Yeah,
Fumes that
carbon
kill
monoxide
people.
that can kill
There's
you.
a lot. There's a lot of deaths from that.
Yeah, that can kill.
Vin.
That can kill.
You
That
know.
can kill.
Yes, we know that. In all of these low rent houses where they live room by room, then you have a row, and then you have a walkway. So all these people in their individual rooms, they have these small generators outside. They call it "I better pass my neighbor." And then in the corridors
Mhm,
of those houses, usually you have
mm,
spillovers from the room sleeping on the corridor. So you have a row of generator blazing carbon monoxide,
mhm,
people sleeping there. There's lots of incidents of carbon
mhm.
monoxide death in Nigeria, just off the back of this generator thing. Yeah,
Inhalation.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it's very
You see,
bad.
if Sanwo-Olu is going to arrest these people, I think he will also arrest those people that are using, buying in gallons to power their houses. I don't see it, reasonable arresting people. The condition calls for this. If there are petrols at the pump, nobody will go and start doing it. And I believe that they are using this thing to mock the Nigerian government, that you cannot provide ordinary petrol, which you have the raw material in abundance, but you cannot refine them.
No,
Mr. Vin,
That is
Mr.
what.
Vin.
I don't think that. I think I somewhat agree with Sanwo-Olu to take a position on this, because this video went viral and people will start to repeat this as a. You can't have petrol being handed out just willy nilly on the streets. It's flammable, it's explosive. The damage that it can cause is untold. Yes, we know that people they buy petrol to fuel their generator, so that is one instance. But you go to parties, people, drunken people, you give them petrol to be carrying around on the streets. It's not something that should be allowed to take hold. I don't
Yes,
think.
one
But
man has
sorry,
has
sorry. Let Tony get back because he has to. But thank you, Vin.
Okay,
So
okay.
back to Tony.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Vin, so if we don't stop such an evil act right now, it's going to escalate, because they said that the election is coming, the so-called election, which I don't support, is coming. That's what they'll be using now as a campaign strategy. That's why we have to name this in the board right now. Get these people arrested immediately. Those people, but they must be caught in the act. As for me, no justice, no extra justice when you are caught on the act. The police should have stormed there and then arrest all the leaders or the organizers, and then send them direct to jail for life imprisonment. If you say that, okay, we don't practice any chopping off head or whatever. So, but if you want to help people, you should have a center. You should say, okay, anybody that is having some problem with petrol or something, come to the depot, then bring your car and or your jerry cans or whatever, and they not in the party. I mean, this is just too bad. Not in the party that where people are dancing and they're smoking cigarette. You know what I'm saying? That is like a death present. Death present.
I agree with you. It's not something that should be encouraged. But Tony, let me take you to another talking point. And you were talking about elections coming. Elections are certainly coming. Obasanjo has already given us his verdict on both the election and the candidates in play. But one of the leading candidates in play, and certainly one of the people referencing when Obasanjo said they should all be locked up, is Tinubu. So Tinubu's campaign goes to Katsina, the heartland of the Fulanis and the hometown of the Aboki from Daura. And this is what the king of the direct king of Malam Buhari himself has to say. Tinubu is a son of the soil. So that's an endorsement and even a further prayer that he wants Tinubu to replicate what he has done in Lagos State in Nigeria. So Malam Buhari's own monarch endorses Tinubu, and it looks as though then Operation Stop Tinubu is going to be more difficult than they thought. Thoughts on that, Tony?
Yes, sir. Is that like you scratch my back, I scratch your back. But no matter how it affects the ordinary citizens of the country, all these traditional rulers, they are also part of the game. Because they are the one who is drawing us backward. All of them, all the traditional rulers, they just cut across the country. They are very wicked. Do you know that even Dele Momodu, whom I was pleading for here that we should try to accept him or whatever, do you know that he went to see Gumi? You know, he went to see Gumi, a terror leader, just because because of his desperation. He wanted to be a president at all costs. The way he was handling it at the beginning was good. Like, say that okay, as a simple guy, always saying or whatever, and then simplicity. But right now, he's so desperate right now that now I've disowned him. And then meanwhile, the other day, I was not on the show. Somebody was telling that Daily Momodu, Danjuma, this Hausa man from Edo State. He was saying that Daily Momodu was from Auchi. No, Daily Momodu is from Owan local government. Owan, they are close to.
All right, but it's certainly not a Yoruba man as it's trying. As
It's a Yoruba. It's a Yoruba man. It's a Yoruba man.
It's from where? Dele Momodu is not a Yoruba man.
No, his mother is from Ife. His mother,
we are a patriarchal society. Your mother can be from anywhere. Your mother from Bendel. Your father from Katsina. Are you a Bendel man? You are not.
No, I'm a better man. I'm a better man when my mother, wherever my mother come from. Okay, why do you accept Sally B or that whatever you call her, that her grandmother is a Joe, but she's an Igbo. Why did she do accept Sally B as a Joe? Yesterday when they were talking,
I don't accept her as anything. She describes herself as she is, and I'm not one to quibble. I'm not going to tell her who she is.
She was lucky. She was lucky yesterday because with that, her friend, that one is also like me, very hot lady. This Julia, she's very hot. I would like to have a kata with her one day. Because these people, they are the land grabbers you always preach about,
Control yourself, eh?
Yeah. I don't go there now.
I saw how excited you all got when she turned up.
She liked me now. She liked me now. She told you that day that there's one guy, Tony, whenever I speak, he said she always push the like button. You remember? Last week,
I don't recall her saying that, but
No, she said so. She said so that that was why she wanted to come. She wanted to come in. You didn't allow that to come in. Then you said that okay, you should come in earlier on, or what I'm saying.
No, that was she came on for the first time yesterday. What are you talking about?
No, last week. No, last week when I was already out. I remember
she came on for the first time yesterday.
No, she came last week too. Last week, if you could remember, sir. I watched your show. I watched your show
when she said that first time yesterday.
No, that was when she
what is
this guy? This is
no. When Ajani Koko apologized. No, hold on. When Ajani Koko apologized to her, you remember that was last week. I used to watch your show.
Hey, is it time travel
for what?
No, because they were having some encounter back in the days.
Are you talking about Sally?
That's not Julie.
Yeah, I'm talking about Sally. Yeah. I'm talking about Sally.
Oh, well, yeah, no. I thought you were talking. You said Julie, but
No, not Julie. I mean Sally. Sally. Sally's she grandmother is an Ijo, but she's an Igbo woman. Right. So and then the last time, she was having some problem with Ajani Koko, and then then you all say, okay, Ajani Koko should apologize, and then she came in because she said, I wanted to come in because most of the time when this guy is speaking, is it Thomas or that? So they say no, Tony. They say yeah, Tony. Say whenever Tony is speaking, she always push the like button. That the guy's very funny. You remember? That was last week. And then I was watching, but I was already kicking. I said, okay,
direct yourself to the point. Direct yourself to the issue that is
all right. All right. Let me take you to another talking point. Insecurity will never be as bad as before. The assurance from the Chief of Defense Staff, Lucky Rabo, as he assures Nigeria that from this year, we will see a marked improvement in the state of security in the country. But then, of course, seeing is believing because hearing is not. We have heard this narrative endlessly. And what we have witnessed in converse is an escalation and a ratcheting up of that space. So, empty words again, or is it? Lucky Irabo speaks, the Chief of Defense Staff. What says you, Tony?
Yes, that is, it's what they always say, because they are just trying to buy time, They know that their time is up because this election is not coming. You know what I'm saying? They are just lucky that things went that way for us. So otherwise, these people could have been hiding their heads right now if Nnamdi Kanu was still alive, because it was Nnamdi Kanu that made me to go and make a contract with telephone.
If Nnamdi Kanu was still alive.
Yeah, no. I mean, if he was still broadcasting, it was him that made me to make telephone contract. You see that my telephone contract, my connection is very powerful. I spend a lot of money, then I make contract, and then I pay in advance. I paid in advance just because of this guy. Because if I don't listen to Nnamdi Kanu, one day, then I'm missing a lot. I can't even go to work. You know what I'm saying? Without listening to his voice. But that's why the people that
just shouting that. What is it about that guy that gets you people? Is it the shouting and the bombasticness? It's the bombasticness, isn't it?
No. See the points. He always goes straight to the point. He don't talk so much. Just like me now.
He doesn't talk so much. He talks endlessly.
Yeah, because he just saying whatever is happening.
It's total rubbish. He talks rubbish for 3-4 hours every single day. Which I do as well. So before you point at me, yes, but
man, that is not true. Nnamdi Kanu talks something valuable. Maybe you just prefer saying that he talks nonsense. I feel you should stop saying that.
No. I listen to him as much as you do, maybe even more than you do, and the totality of the entirety has always been rubbish. I listen to him.
If you that sees it as rubbish, you will come to see it's of value very soon. Don't worry.
Okay, it's rubbish now but no, hold on. He told us Buhari was wearing a silicone mask, and then he was Jubril, and then he's Yam, and then he's talking from a basement in Cuba, and then another one came to tell us that
one man. I have said it many times on this your show.
Arab has impregnated.
I've said it many times on this your show.
Is that not rubbish?
Buhari is dead. If you want, you accept it or not.
All right.
Yes. I didn't need Nnamdi Kanu to tell me that. I knew that thing before 16th, and it will come to pass. So just know that. That is not nonsense.
Hold on.
That it has not been reviewed doesn't mean that it's not.
Hold on, Tony. Hold on, Prof. It is not nonsense to you, but can you understand how I would see it as nonsense?
I know you think as nonsense because you don't know it's true. You have not tried to investigate or see how true it is.
No. I can only go by the evidence of my eyes. Now, I see a man on television addressing the nation, presiding over a nation, and some person is telling me he has died twice.
No. He never said he died twice. He never said he died twice. If you follow Nnamdi Kanu very well.
Remember when you guys were parading that photograph of somebody in a hospital gown with this one face lying dead, and then the Buhari's face was superimposed, and then it was buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia, and then somebody got a silicone mask. This is what I don't even think Star Trek has gotten that far in their stories of science fiction. You have gone
the only thing there is that me personally, I want this discussion of today to go on.
So
I don't blame you.
You are bringing topic that is going to
cause a lot of problem. Can you hold on, please, Vin? I'm not saying agree, but can you see how somebody like me will hear all that and dismiss the total?
I understand why you dismiss it. But if you look at it critically, you find out it's true. So let's go on with our discussion. Let's not.
But hold on, Professor Data. Accept my condolences because of your mom.
Okay, yeah. So thank you. You send anything for me?
I will send something, but only that I have to. I will find a way. I will find a way.
Just on that space of your condolences, Prof. There's still an outstanding $100 that's to come to you. But that $100, these people, they sent it via super chat rather than the GoFundMe, which I've already gotten to you. Okay. But that $100 is not going to be $100 because YouTube is going to slice a percentage out of it. And the GoFundMe that I passed on to you, I've not even been able to retrieve it from GoFundMe. So I don't know. It's not that I've not been able to, I've not yet tried to retrieve it. because I don't know how to retrieve it and I don't want to task my brain just yet.
Okay.
So I'll try and retrieve it at some point. So I don't know what they are going to
Okay.
Whatever is left you get.
No problem. I'm not surprised because I remember one day Mayego on his show was saying that sometimes you should be aware this super chat coming to him. He said that I think either 59% goes to him and 41% to YouTube. I was surprised.
Mayego said that. You are just paying YouTube, really, but you know. That's why I always say that people should use the Bible.
Yeah, they should. If anybody, they should either meet you. I paraded my email. I can parade it again, but I like what you said. I'm not using this thing. You said something I like so much. You're not using it like something like a normal practice or financial, would I call it, upliftment or something like that. All the same. So that's it. So please, one man, let's leave off of this issue of silicon and so on.
No. Let me answer that. Tony, don't do that.
Tony, maintain the line of discussion. I'm not going to talk again. I just stepped in because of what he said. I won't be there. They will say MNK is speaking nonsense. No. No, I can't accept that.
No, but you have to accept that from what he says, people that are not his followers, they'll see it as nonsense. When you tell us somebody is wearing a silicon mask, I'm sure you will concede that people who are not in that space, they just see it as nonsense.
Okay, no problem.
When you say something, but back to you, Tony. So
thank you, sir. Let me finish. I'm very sorry. So you know that I was already a teenager in the 80s. So when Buhari was a president, this what against discipline and this and that. I mean, just the talk of Buhari, like in the school, we always, I love Buhari, I like to move his step, the way he moved. I was a Boy Scout later, and then all those kind of stuff. So, but today, one man, I want to ask you a question. Do you think that Buhari, he was so wicked a man like that we allowed Nigeria to just go beyond patch now? Do you think that Buhari is alive? And then things are like that?
No, I don't want to go down that route, Tony.
He's a very nice man. Buhari was a very nice man.
I know Buhari is alive. It may have changed, but I don't want to go down that route because it's.
You mean that it's sick? You said that it's with dementia, or whatever, But Buhari cannot. I mean, Buhari, my God, I love Buhari. Everybody loves Buhari. My family, they all voted for Buhari. My brother, my stepbrother, Friday, he said, oh, they don't let Buhari come with it. I said, no, he will come this time around. Buhari came here and he said that he look at the first year, everything was okay. But when this guy, it's nature, it's just nature. Then he fall sick and then he quench. And he quench. So it's okay. That's the truth.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Let me just move on because it's going to just get messy.
Yes.
Let me go on to Ego. Ego, are you there? Okay, we don't have Ego. He's driving around Lagos at the moment. So let's go on to let's go on to DOG who was there pretty early. So D, are you there? D. All right, we don't have DOG. So okay, let's go on to Prof then. So Prof, are you Prof, we have you. So let's sample your opinion then. Obasanjo, we will soon say goodbye to Nigeria as a nation if, and then he goes on to list the reasons why he has those concerns. So Obasanjo insisting then that the totality of the electoral space is not fit for purpose, that they frustrate elections to reflect not the will of the people, and the people on the ballot are not fit for governance, and the corruption is so endemic that everybody that has been parading as contenders for the presidency this time around, if EFCC or ICPC were working, they should all be in jail. So a total condemnation of the entirety of the Nigerian system by a man that knows it inside out, Olusegun Obasanjo. So how do you respond to Obasanjo's comments, Prof?
Okay, if I'm to say anything, first of all, before I go on to speak, I want Obasanjo to know that he also contributed to this problem. Obasanjo, if he tells himself the truth, it was in 2003 I made up my mind I will never vote. My first voting was in 2015. Obasanjo cooked results in 2003. If he tells himself the truth. So, but I'm happy, maybe he has repented. He's coming out to say these things. That is, the truth of the matter is clear. There's a lot of frustration in, the voting.
Why do you say he cooked results in 2003?
No, in 2003, he cooked results now. Remember, he told Pastor Bakere that he win him in Edo State. He won him. In 2003, he won Ojukwu in Anambra. Is it possible? It's not possible. It's not possible.
Why not? Who do you think is more popular in Anambra, Obasanjo or Ojukwu?
He can't see. He can't defeat Ojukwu in Anambra. But he defeated Ojukwu.
You think Ojukwu is more popular than Obasanjo in Anambra?
Of course.
What makes you think that? What makes you think that? Do you know how popular
Ojukwu is well known in Anambra? Ojukwu, apart from his well known, that name exists in other towns, not only Nnewi. So he could, in 2003, I remember he told Pastor Okote he would defeat him in Edo, and he defeated him. So he's there, one thing, these are politicians, part of the problem, but now he's playing a sense. Okay, good. The truth of the matter is, if this nation will disintegrate, I keep seeing it more and more every day. Because I've been saying it on this platform, till our leaders in power get ready to unify this nation, solve problems, this nation, it must disintegrate. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of they have been having delay one way or the other. I was listening to one Apostle Joel Ogebe, listen to his prophecy of Nigeria. I was listening to it before I came into this. That one's a food for thought. So, but why I see what Obasanjo speaking meaning. It may not happen today. It may not happen in 10 years. But with what I'm seeing in this electioneering system, it's not it. Okay, let's go on with electronic voting. Some people will say there's no light there. They just frustrate the effort. You bring out an old cargo as an aspirant. All these things are not helping matters. They're not helping matters. This nation is just going down the drain daily. And it pains me. I want Biafra to come. I want to do what to come. But in as much as that, I still believe in one thing. Let the president now, the president, the entities in power, work towards improving things. I think it was some days ago. What did Femi Adesina say? That Nigerians should get used to the fuel scarcity. What nonsense is that? How can someone be saying such a thing? No fear, no respect, no regards to the populace. He will just vomit such a statement and go free. No, that's not how a correct system should work. It's not how a correct system should work. So I want things, but with what Obasanjo said, the probability is high. I have to say it.
All right. Now, but he put a proviso though, so he's not predicting it, but he's saying if there are no changes in the system, then this is where the country is headed. And I don't think too many people can disagree with that. But Prof, this new thing that is about to take hold in Lagos State, which then would, if not nipped in the bud, cascade throughout the country, are gallons of our petrol fuel being handed out as souvenirs at parties. So we saw this, a video went viral and the Lagos State government moved quickly. They've sealed off the event center and they are now investigating exactly what happened there. So what are you making then of this new phenomenon and the position being taken by the Lagos State government?
You see, it is very bad. I don't support it. And why this thing came into place because of the level of fuel scarcity in the nation. The place, what I call it, how fuel has been placed in Nigeria. Fuel is an essential commodity. Fuel in Nigeria is something that decides the cost of almost everything in the nation. That's why it's now being given out as a gift. But that's very dangerous. It's too dangerous. So I hope the people in power should stop this. But the thing that pains me, rather than the people in power stop it, they will promote it. In some cases,
no, they are moving to stop it. They've sealed off this space, the place that it took place, and they have started to investigate.
Okay, they should go a further step in. Maybe if someone is buying gallons in large quantity, take note of the person. We all, like this part of the world, when someone is buying alcohol, you present your ID card and so your ID card before you pay and something like that, pay for it. If such a thing could be done, like okay, find out you're buying, because we know this type of gallon used for the fuel may be this imperial gallon. Maybe if someone is buying it in large quantity, you take note of the individual and so on. Register it so that in case if there's there's a tip that fuel is being given out as souvenir, you go after it.
All right. I don't know if you're in front of a screen, but this is the offending clip that kickstarted everything. So this is what they are talking about.
Okay, go on.
So can you see it? So there it is. So that's the that's not vegetable oil, that's petrol that they are handing out.
Hey, Arrow,
my brother.
So this is the new Nigeria. This is not Nigeria that you and I know. This is a different Nigeria. This is
brother. This is not Nigeria. What it is, though. It is not Nigeria, and at the same time, it is, though. So somebody comes there with just light.
They'll be smoking cigar there now. They'll be smoking cigar there. They only have to flick the ash in the wrong way, and the whole place goes up, and the whole neighborhood goes up.
Yeah, I just don't know what this nation is turning into, but it's just as today another thing will come out. Turn out. If they should think of something else to distribute as souvenir. If it's vegetable oil,
I do agree that they should distribute something that is useful rather than those ridiculous plastics. They'll go and buy some nonsense plastic and put picture on it and be giving it to people. So distribute something useful, but not petrol, what else they were distributing? They were distributing along with that petrol, tomato, pepper, So they're essentially cooking the meal for you in that, so that's the latest development in Nigeria. But this is this was what D told us yesterday. So this is the latest development in politics, Prof. Tinubu is son of the soil. The Emir of Katsina is the one making that comment. So the Tinubu campaign train, birds, it stops at the Emirates in Katsina to say, this is our intention and we seek your endorsement. Very glowing in his praise of Tinubu, saying that he has been generous to him and he wants him to replicate what he did in Lagos with in the whole of the Nigerian space. So Operation Stop Tinubu versus the Jagaban must pass. This is what is playing out now. But who do you think will win out? Tinubu, an unstoppable force, or easy, Prof?
I'm seeing that man. I see this thing as deceived. I still smell deceit. I don't see that. There was deceit. He thinks it's going well. That man should look at that statement twice, because someone from Katsina said you're son of the soil. Okay, I support it in one area. Sorry to use the word, the Islamic correlation. In that area, I support it, but being son of the soil, he should think twice. I just see these guys maybe using him and dumping him. That's what I feel. And him, what he did in Lagos, translating it to producing that in the space of Nigeria. I don't think Tinubu may be able to do that. He can do it too, but the problem there is that most of these politicians, they know what to do, but greed won't make them or allow them do what they ought to do.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to. These guys are going to deceive him. I don't think he's going. He should watch it.
You see, until that Tinubu narrative plays out, nobody really knows where it's going. One day you think it's going his way, and then the next day you think there's absolutely no way this guy will ever be given that ticket. But until that ticket is handed out or Tinubu pulls out, we will never really know for sure how it is going. But let me take you to this headline. Insecurity will never be as bad as before. Chief of Defense Staff Lucky Irabor assures Nigerians. So we've heard this song before and we've danced to it once before. But the tune somewhat wearing thin. They defeated Boko Haram technically. The insurgents are not as we imagined. Boko Haram is dead now. The Fulani headsmen are just rascally criminals and all of these sort of narratives. But really, you cannot drive from Lagos to Ibadan without being waylaid by a Fulani man.
Yeah.
So we get the assurance from Lucky Rabo, but are you reassured, Prof?
I'm not assured because till the nation arrest these bandits, persecute them, I'll never have trust in them. I will never have trust in them. How can, even though I'm not in Nigeria, but from the report we hear, that Lagos Ibadan expressway is like a place where these guys operate daily. And are these people invisible? Have they become invincible and invisible? Can they not be caught? Oh, they should come on. This so kind Arabo or whatever saying that you should watch what he's saying and think twice and find out if what he's saying correlates with what goes on in daily times as these days. Now, I don't believe what he's saying. You understand? The problem in this nation is that all these people speaking, they can be able to produce, what we want, live up to expectation. But the thing there is that either greed, power tussle, interest, ethnicism will work out. After they have sworn an oath that they should uphold their office without favorism. But they don't do that. They don't do that. So that's the problem we have.
All right. You talk about upholding the office without favoritism. Malami blocking Abakari's extradition. The Human Rights Writers Association, they're the ones making this headline, and they are pointing to a clause in the extradition treaty that is signed between Nigeria and the United States, and it's a common clause, I think, in those sort of treaties, that you will extradite only if the person is not already facing either similar charges or charges of equal measure in their own country. So the NDLEA have now levied charges of international drug trafficking against Malami. 8 charges they've levied. And just after that now, against Abakari, just after that now, Malami is telling us that he's processing application to extradite him. Knowing full well, or he should know, but he probably doesn't know because he's not really a lawyer, he's just somebody from Utmanda Hodo University. But the law will state that, you cannot extradite him whilst those charges subsist within Nigeria. So is he covering this guy? And it's taking him well in excess of a year, by the way, to file that application. And is now at this hour when other charges are being levied that is filing the application. So he's accused of covering up for the Aboki from Yobe or Kebi. So what are you making then of this allegation against Abubakar Malami, Prof?
The thing is simple. This is what I will call corny, crafty politics is what they're playing with this Abakari's case. They now know such a clause exists. And what they simply did, they put it into play to favor Abakari. You see, that's the problem in this nation. If this had happened, if this man, Abakari, had been either a Yoruba guy, Igbo guy, Edo guy, there's a high probability he would have been flown to that place with immediate effect. But now they want to play, I call it crafty, corny politics. They'll simply put, emotion or put rolling a kind of case and say he's facing that. And the man remains here. It's very simple. That's what this nation prefers playing before they populate. So, I'm not surprised. I always knew that Abakari, even though he extradited, it won't be immediately. It won't be immediate. There'll be some, they'll bring out one clause or one thing or the other to keep him still in this nation. They should stop playing that type of corny, crafty politics. They're not helping the nation move forward.
Oh, all right, thank you, Prof. So, Prof, let's see if DOG is now with us. So, D, are you there now? Still not with us. So let's go to Solly. Solly, hopefully, still with us.
I'm here.
Okay. Good to have you, D. So D, you came to us with. Huh?
No sound.
Yeah.
So D, you came with us with the story yesterday about this souvenir being handed out, petrol as souvenirs being handed out at parties. So when you brought that story, I just thought it was just one of those satellite little things that is just being passed around on WhatsApp. All those video clips, but it looks as though this is actually a serious matter, and the Lagos State government have moved quickly to seal off that event center and to start to interrogate that space to say that this is the height of irresponsibility and is just the total opposite of all of the advisement of health and safety. Petrol being handed out at a party in gallons to be given to who knows who. So, what are you making then of this move by the Lagos state government?
Yeah, I think the Lagos state government is doing the right thing because, like somebody said earlier, if not, you will see some people that has connection to getting fuel start giving people petrol. It will turn to a tradition, just like the Pepe one. It will turn to tradition and people will start handing over petrol at parties, which is very risky. Like even yesterday, Soli said something like how it's very risky, how your house can a lot of houses has been burned down to ashes, which will even affect some people's neighbor. So it's a very dangerous move. I understand what they are trying to do, but I hope they will temper justice with mercy and just use it as a means of trying to caution other people that will have that such ideas in their head.
All right. So the offending event actually was the coronation of a person. So it was the coronation of a person, but even that coronation itself is quite amusing. So let me give you about 3 paragraphs. It says, so everybody please mute themselves apart from D. It says, in the viral video seen by correspondents, guests were handed liters of petrol at the sorry, I have to come in because there is just this heavy. Yes, it's probably Prof. All right, hold on. All right, brilliant. So, let me give you these paragraphs. So it says, in the viral video seen by correspondents, guests were handed liters of petrol at the Erelu Okin Installation Foundation party. Reads the sticker on the keg, popularly known as gallons in Nigeria. It was the coronation. So this is the paragraph that really tickled me. It was the coronation party of one Chidinma Ogulu, a fashion stylist, as the Erelu Okin of Orile Kenta. So, what do you think? What are you taking from that sentence? The coronation of one Chidinma
When
Ogulu.
you think about it, it's funny, but it's not new to us, and that is why I think Mike was a bit pissed yesterday because I think we Yorubas accommodate a lot of people, and if you look at it, the Ezendigbo,
From
Ezendis,
Anambra,
Ezenda,
Anambra, Anambra, Anambra babe, Imo babe, Erelu in Yoruba land.
you know, there is a this is a that in Yoruba land. Even at some point, few years back, I remember the Olubadan of Ibadan saying he doesn't want any Eze, this Eze that in Yoruba land anymore. That they should go and be doing their Eze that in their village from where they are from. So that shows you how much we accommodate people as Yoruba people. Yeah, so it's not new. A lot of people, there's a lot of coronations like that in, in Yoruba land.
Worryingly, I saw just a couple of days ago the turbaning of also some emir in Lagos. They are having an emirate in some spaces in Lagos now. We
Yeah,
saw
of
this
course.
in Auchi. So they are now
Yeah,
turbaning.
if you
This is
remember, this
very
guy they
dangerous thing.
killed, that Sunday Igbo's
Yeah.
like uncle person that they killed.
Hmm.
In that is it Gongon or somewhere?
Yeah, you
They
go on.
have like Bale for Fulani's palace there.
Yeah, no, Serikin Fulani
Seriki, all
house.
those
Yeah.
kind of things. Serikin, Sabo, Serikin,
No,
Shasha.
no, 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 no. We don't want that in you. What's a
So
Serikin?
that was
We don't.
why
That's not.
Yoruba complained about it many years back. Like, doesn't want things like that in his in his own time because some
Serikin
of them used
Yoruba.
it.
What is
Yeah,
Serikin Yoruba? This is what happened in Kwara, This is it. They're saying
yeah, that's why I always
no.
say we
There's
Yorubas
not
are
saying we
very
don't.
accommodating, and we are not really about that stuff. We're not really thinking about. We don't care. We just want to live and enjoy
Maybe we will
life.
start caring, because the price of
Yeah,
not
yeah, it's high
caring is
time because even that's why they look at the complaint because some people will go. What they will now be saying, oh, their AZD said they should be doing this in somebody else's land. So that was why the Olubadan was very angry. Like, in my land, you are telling me another king is giving you authority to do something that I don't want. So you people should pack yourself and
what did you make of the comment of the Oba of Lagos during the election saying that if you don't vote the way I want, I will throw you into the lagoon? This is what he said to the Easterners. What do you make of that?
yeah, because he has accommodated them, and it's a lot of people do. Most especially Igbo people have a lot of chances, and nobody questioned them in Lagos. Especially in Lagos, they do a lot of things, and at some point you would think, so if you are here, you don't want to vote for us. So what's the point? Why are we accommodating you? So I think it's that annoyance too. Like we've accommodated you like brothers and sisters. We don't complain, even the things you do, your markets and all those things. We allow you free flow, no hassle. Even in most northern states, that are limited to what you can, where you can move to. Even in the eastern land, they are limited to what you can do as another tribe in all those spaces. But Yoruba land, Yoruba people allow all sorts of things. You even say, oh, the Igbos are the one that sells clothes in that area. They are the one that sells parts in that area. And there will be no problem. You
And
won't see any day, any
what
week.
are you making of this? What are you making of this narrative that they've been pushing hard that Lagos is no man's land? What does that mean, no man's land? What are you making of that narrative?
One man, I heard that thing too. That thing shocked me.
What
It really shocked me.
that Lagos is no man's
You
land?
see,
I could
Lagos,
not,
you can't say
You know they are pushing that narrative aggressively.
I could not
it's not
believe.
new. It's been for a while, to
Hey,
be honest. And it's just like Lagos is like London, where there is diversity. So a lot of people just think, oh, that doesn't people that don't
Is
know
Lagos
the
is
history.
Lagos not Yoruba land?
It
Am I
is Yoruba
mistaken?
land, of course. It is Yoruba land, obviously. But most people don't know the history. Everybody just come to Lagos and the
It's no
civilization
man's
and
land.
the
What's the
diversity make people feel, oh,
can
it's
I
no
go to
man's land.
Abakaliki? Can I go to Abakaliki and say it's no man's land or
Yeah,
Daura?
that
Can
is
I go to
why. Then I
Daura
think
and
Lagos
start
being
as
the FCT before make it more like it's just like now Abuja now. There are some people that they are from Abuja, if not that so a lot of people don't know the history. They just come and it's so diverse. So everybody just come there to market. They just say, oh, it's no man's land. You see Igbo, you see Hausa, you see Tapa, you see everywhere. Nobody complains about anything. So most people don't know this. They say, oh, it's no man's land. They don't know the history. That is why. That is why some Lagosians are always angry when you tell them such things. But what do you mean? We are from Lagos. You are the people that came. You are the visitors that came. You know,
all
and it's
right.
so easy. It's so easy to mix. To see. To a lot of people even claim Lagosians. It's only Lagosians that know who are Lagosians. A lot of people say, they are Lagosians, that they are not Lagosians. They are just like predominant of some areas, but they are not really Lagosians. But it's more like London, so I understand it.
All right. So we will soon have to say goodbye to Nigeria as a nation if, and then Obasanjo goes to share his concerns. Let me just give a flavor of that again because we need to be clear on what he's saying. Former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo has grimly predicted the discontinued existence of Nigeria as a country due to the manipulation of the electoral process and the selfishness of his leadership. Obasanjo made this assertion on Saturday during an international symposium to mark his 85th birthday in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. He further stated that many presidential aspirants ought to be investigated by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) and the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission due to their roles in the current state of the economy. He said Since 1999, we have changed from one political party or another. We have maneuvered and manipulated to the point that election results are no longer reflections of the will of the people, and we seem to be progressively going back rather than going forward politically, economically, and socially. He goes on, we have activities without requisite actions and personnel to move us forward. If we continue in the same pattern of recycling, sweet word campaigning, maneuvering without substance of integrity, honesty, patriotism, commitment, outreach, courage, understanding of what makes a nation and what makes for development, we will soon have to say goodbye to Nigeria as a nation. I cast a cursory look at some of the people running around and those for whom people are running around for. If EFCC and ICPC will have done their jobs properly and be supported adequately by the judiciary, most of them would be in jail. Any person who has no integrity in small things cannot have integrity in big things. So a total damnation on the entirety of the totality, a plague on all their houses. Obasanjo, not fit for purpose, burn it down. So Obasanjo calls for the burning down of Nigeria. DOG, what's it?
Yeah, that is what you will expect of people when you attain that age. I think it's 85. Is it today or yesterday? So yes, and that is why most people will say, "Oh, all these elderly people like Buhari, what else does he want? He just want to make name for himself." But it was a lie. That was part of why people voted for him. So Obasanjo, in at this point of his life, in this stage, he just wants to really says the facts, which I think is right. And I've always said this on this platform, like most times when you wake up and you look at the things that is happening in Nigeria, you see reasons every day why we need to separate, why everybody does not just need to go their separate ways. So is actually right. Then I think Soli mentioned something someday about the institutions. Like if our institutions are actually right, a lot of people, all these guys should actually be in prison, you know. So yeah, Baba is saying the truth. And at this stage of his life, I don't expect any less of that from him at this point. Yeah. So yes, truly, and which is part of the problem of that country. If things were working normally, likes of them, Bukola Sharaki, Tinubu, all of them should not even have that courage to come out
They
and say,
should
"Oh,
be
they want
in
to."
jail. They should be in jail now.
Exactly. You know,
Tinubu,
even if you're
Tinubu,
not in jail, you should have a
all this,
case that should.
yeah, no, they should be in
You
jail
should
because these people are looting in open glare. Look at
exactly.
look at the sort of wealth that Saraki commands, that we all know he commands. Countless houses in Ikoyi, owns virtually all of Kwara State, countless houses in Abuja. This guy has been in politics, man and boy. So he has never really, he is a medical doctor, but he has never once administered on anybody in his life. So his whole work history has been politics. And then he has amassed this vast fortune. So politics, as far as I'm aware, is a salaried income. No matter how generous the salary is, it doesn't transmute and compute to the level of wealth that he commands. Tinubu will tell you that he was a businessman. He said he was offered a role at ExxonMobil as a director when he went to become a senator. So he had that opportunity to go that way, but he became a senator. And from being a senator, he has emerged as probably the richest man in Africa, certainly one of the richest men in the world. Ditto Atiku Abubakar, ditto Buhari, ditto all of them.
All of them,
These
yeah.
people should be in jail now, as
Of
far as
course, all of them. Even
including
if
him,
we look
including
back to
including Obasanjo himself.
incidents in the
Mm,
past,
mm.
all of them has a part. Even Atiku, is it Ali Button? All of them have issues of criminal activity that they should actually be in jail at the moment. And that is the problem. And this even takes me to that point that I'm now thinking. I think it will be hard even for any party to come and shank these guys away. I think the best solution now is for people to go into those their parties, and people should start campaigning for the right people in the party, like our brothers, the Uncle Gomez brother going now. People like that are meant well. There's a lot of youth now. I have a lot of friends actually contesting now. They're all going to join those main parties because they say it's actually hard for you to want to make any difference coming from any
But it is
unpopular
though, isn't
party.
it?
You
It
can't
is
go
though.
to like this guy is doing now, Showore, ACN. I mean, people just know APC and PDP in Nigeria.
Should
Most
that
of them,
be should that be the campaign? We're looking for a way out, and we know that forming some other party or third party is never going to amount to anything. So rather than go that route, should we start to campaign and mobilize
infiltrating
for
those parties, people should
for a
go into
youth
those
takeover,
parties. Yeah,
a youth takeover of those two major parties,
yeah.
not
So yeah,
overwhelm them? Yeah.
I think it can happen gradually. So by the time you start going, one person go into this party, you go and contest as honorable. One person go you contest as senator. From that honorable, from the next election, you can go to senatorial. From honorable, you can go to gubernatorial. So you have to just build from there. So that's the way you can take it over from them. I don't think anybody will come. I've never seen that person that you will come and you have loads of ideas on your head, preach whatever you want. You can't beat those guys, those two parties. So I think that's actually the best. So I have a lot of friends now in APC, PDP, in majority of the Southwest states, contesting as honorable. Some are going for senatorial self. So I wish them the best of luck because I just think that's the best because I spoke to a few of them and they said, it's difficult. Like, look at Banky W. I believe Banky W was like in a PDP or APC. He would have won that
Who
election.
is that Banky W? Because
Banky
I
W
hear
is a
that name a
musician.
lot.
He was the manager of Wizkid.
So he's a
Um,
politician now from
he's actually
Badongo
not involved
politics.
anymore after that election. He didn't win, so he's focused more on other things. So he's not contesting this time around. So yeah, he contested in Lagos Island, somewhere in Lagos Island as honorable. Same time as Shino Pella. Like
Solid,
Shino Pella too now, I know him very well.
Shino Pella, the
solid.
son of Professor Pella,
So
Abi.
Pella, yeah, he used
This
to live in London.
abracadabra
Peterborough, yeah,
politics.
he used to live in London. So
So,
yeah, him too
one
now.
man.
He's
Can I ask
federal
Solid a
honorable.
question?
All these ridiculous names. What did they call the guy from? Chino
Yeah, man.
Rambo. Was Chino
Solid.
Rambo not an armed
Can I
robber?
ask one man? Can I ask Solid a
Yeah,
question?
yeah, go on.
It's
Yeah.
not so this. Is it
So
Soldier?
sorry,
It's
DOG,
DOJ, yeah.
oh, sorry.
Okay.
Anyway, so you said the youths are moving into these parties.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're reading the tempo and you're reading the activities going on in this party, especially like the APC, where they are going to be having a consensus chairman. I don't know how this so-called youth you're talking about, and when they sell their
Rational
forms.
mind. Even in Nigeria, all these parties, there is a loads of youth all these guys that I'm saying, they didn't just go there now and say, they want to contest. They've been. I said it one time that I'm a party member too. I have my registration, everything. I go to ward meeting, so I have a lot of people that have been doing that for many years now. So all of them, instead of following all these guys, all of them now are of age. They are well to do. So everybody is moving in now and contesting for something. So most of these people that will even do all these things and choose people are the people that they've been being the party together for a while. And they've seen that these people are just users, honestly. I have people that have graduated since 2007 in Nigeria. They've gone to do masters and they are still jobless. They have to go and start their own business. That's how bad it is. So most of them now are just thinking these people are just users. They don't even help you in any way. So they get there and they forget you. It's just them and their main carcass. So everybody is standing.
Sorry. I mean, DOG. You see, the thing is this. I'm very, very pessimistic. I'm just kind of a pessimistic person when it comes to the Nigerian story with this APC and the rest. We've seen young people go into politics. We've seen the likes of Kogi State, Shino Pella you mentioned, and some other ones. What is their impact? That's the question. What's their
They are
impact?
making impact. But the thing is, I
Give me an
think where
example.
the
Give me an
problem is,
example. Okay, go on. I'm listening.
where the problem is it's hard for you to see major impact all of a sudden. And most of these people contesting now, not all of them will actually even win or get the ticket, but is a step forward in the right direction than going to form a party that won't get anybody anywhere. You understand?
And what was the purpose of that question, by the way? That what is their impact? What does that mean?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yes.
Well, the purpose is why I'm asking the question is, you see, the Nigerian narrative, the party thing and everything, the setup, it's so bleak. I like I said at the beginning, I said I'm a very, very pessimistic person with the system that operates in that country, both the APC and the PDP. No matter how good you are, if you enter those parties, there's hardly any way you can make any impact in them, because the way they are so structured, and even the constitution itself, it makes it very, very hard for anybody to make impact.
You know the problem, rational mind.
It's
I get what you are trying to say, but it's all about individuals, to be honest. I used to be very close, like for example, federal honorables. These guys, when they give them money for their constituency, most of them come home because most of them don't even live in the constituency. Most of them live in Abuja or somewhere, or they will take two girls and go to Dubai, two different girls that they are dating, take them to Dubai. These are married men. And these guys that are Nigerian, honorable senator, they don't even talk in Naira, they talk in hard currencies. If you check all their text messages. So they come home, they will even make their girlfriend. So when they want to call the meeting, they call just the party members, that are main party member that comes to the meeting, call some mama to come and cook jollof rice, fried rice, put 5,000 in an envelope, put 2,000, 10,000. So they know the people that they will hand over 10,000 to 5,000. So they will call like a meeting, party meeting. So once they sort all those ones, they are gone. But that money actually is almost times 100 of what they've shared that was given. So they are meant to come to that constituency and look at what their people need. And that is why I say sometimes we just even blame the president. All these guys, and I think that's another way we need to sensitize our people. Most people don't even know why they voted an honorable, why they voted the senator. Everybody, your road is not good in your neighborhood. It's Buhari. When you have councillor, you have chairman, you have constituency.
There was a story that broke. This happened in Ovie's local government. I think we've discussed it severally on this place. Remember that viral video? This guy, that this road was badly built and he went around lifting it with his hand and cursing. Did you see that video?
No.
No. Okay, maybe we can still find it.
I've seen it before. It's an old video.
Yeah, but off the back of that, they were coming out to explain that when they hand out a road construction, a new road construction, they pay for it in full, and then that road is constructed. So what has been constructed, they file it off as a constructed road, and then every other spend on that space down is going to be for maintenance. So if they build it that badly, they are not going to rebuild it because they consider it already built. So for perpetuity, that road is always continuously going to be bad, and you can't blame the federal government for that. And the person that got that contract to build that road was an honorable of that locality, and he just painted black tarmac. He just painted black paint on sand and said that was the road, and he walked away with the money.
Yeah, like I even saw one. The guy was doing drainage.
One man, DOG. I mean, what's the point of an honorable or whatever with constituency? I mean, project. I don't even understand, because in a system that works, the local government should be the one getting the allocation for development. I mean, was it not Black League here recently that told us about they hosted a rep member who had to, even after they hosted him and maybe forgot the receipt and everything, he had to ask for the receipt and something like that. I mean,
no, that was in America, yes.
Yeah, I understand, but what I'm saying is that, I mean, what concerns them with constituency project, like they want to do borehole? I mean, these should be things that the local government should be handling. Because when they make budgets,
it doesn't. Hold on. It doesn't really matter who.
It matters. It matters.
Hold on.
Go on. Listen.
It doesn't matter who handles that project. I agree with you that it's a local government matter. But the more important thing is the checks and balances and the quality control. So whoever handles it, the first and foremost most crucial thing is the checks and balances. That one is the contract, is the amount are actually commensurate with the contract, one, and then the quality of work. So they should be approving work at various stages before releasing funds. So they say they are going to dig X depth for guttering. So you go and check that those depths are dug before you then approve on to the next stage. There should be just a series of very hard to pass through checks and balances for quality, maintenance, and control. So that is really what we need, irrespective of who is handling the contracts. So it's
Yes.
just that, because if it goes to the local government, the same thing it will still replicate the local government. So the honorable looting the money will just pass over to the local government chairman looting the money. So it makes
Well,
yeah.
one man, what you
Yes,
said,
yes. One man, please, sir. Please, sir, one man. You know what you are saying also corroborate with what National Man is saying. What you say that there should be inspectors, there should be people that give the job out. That's why National Man is told that the institution must be there, not the repetitive. That is will be handed over the money, she handed over to the money to. So they should have a ministry that is responsible for paying out. Then
You see,
other department,
Tony,
other
you
department will
you
be
know what? You see
will
what
be giving
Rational
the.
Mind is saying is
So
it
see the
should
contract will
be
be going out.
No. Thank you, Tony. I think you've made the point. Let's hear from
Yeah, the
Victor.
contract.
should be the common sense you get, but that's where we now have a problem. So the few people that will do right, but that's why it's difficult for it to even reflect. So the people that are doing good among these people are doing it, but when you can't see it on TV, there is a lot of
But
honorable that
you can't leave that to chance, so that you are leaving it to chance that he will do the right thing. You have to
that's what
put
I'm saying.
measures.
That's what I'm saying.
You have
That
to
is where
put
the
measures.
problem is.
Yeah.
Our constitution, like for example, one man, how can a governor have the power to scrap a chairman? No chairman, local government, no councillor, nothing. It's just the one doing everything. You have like 36 local governments. So how do you even expect to satisfy and reach each local government in the capacity that is needed? So it's just those people and how they've structured the whole thing. So it's hard for the people that are doing right
but my
for it to
DOG,
reflect.
my point with what you just said and what one man just said. I mean, I'm not saying they should not have institutions that will regulate this, but you see, when you have a duplication of something, it's a funnel for corruption. But when you streamline it to one thing, it makes it easy for you to account for it. Now these legislators, they are there to make laws, to enact laws and to put things right when it comes to law in that country. But what business do they have with having to get money for? Okay, fine. Even though they are getting the money, let it fight for that money. Let it go directly to the local government that they represent or that area they represent, rather than giving them the money. Man, you see Nigeria, the way we run government in that country, it
It's
just leaves
crazy,
room for a lot of
honestly, because
corruption.
actually, I understand what you're saying. Actually,
So duplication
an
for
honorable
me, it
constituency
makes
to
no
work
sense.
hand in hand with the local government chairman, with his councillor, which is how it's meant to be. Even in Nigeria, that is how it's structured. But because corruption has eaten into these people so bad, all of them are Abakari in a way. They do things that way. That's why I'm giving you an example. These are people I know a lot of federal honorable senators that does what I was telling you. They will give them money for constituency. Sometimes they give them monthly. Back in the days, when they give you like almost maybe 20 million monthly to use to develop something in your constituency, that is where you as an honorable should go and discuss with the chairman. Okay, what have you done? Okay, we can do this in my constituency. What is their problem? Let me support you. The people will come to you. This is what we need. They should be doing that, but they won't do it. They would rather take two girls to
Did you know
divide.
what this guy did? This guy from this former actor that was representing
Desmond Elliott. Desmond
That
Elliott.
was
Desmond Elliott.
that did
You know,
the
along Ogulana Drive there. I mean, it's
yeah,
Ogulana Drive
yeah.
when you go to West Street Stadium. There's this huge gutters close to that estate, those estates there. He built what's it called? Paco Bridge there.
Yeah,
And he called it
yeah.
consistent. I
And
mean,
he
you
went
look
to
at what
commission
kind of a
it.
human. You
A
know how much he
urinal,
got?
a urinal.
Do you know how much he got for that contract? I mean, how much they gave him? Well, you start wondering what is wrong with this country.
You know, that's what I'm trying to tell you. They didn't give him money
Paco
for that
Bridge,
contract.
and he
They
called it
gave
consistency
him a lot of
project.
money to go and sort his constituency. So most of them, that is somebody that is not real with his people. So he's gone there now to showcase something, to spend little out of that money.
You see,
that's a state.
also you see all these NGOs and all these yam heads that go around shouting at Luther and just constituting a nuisance to public peace. Rather than constitute a nuisance to public peace, what they should do is to organize themselves and as a monitoring team for those constituency projects. So we have the Public Information Act to state what these people are collecting for their constituencies.
Exactly.
So you have it, you follow it through as an organization to say that, and I'm sure they will get the funding either internationally or locally, if that is what they're doing, to monitor this constituency project step by step, and even have a website where people are reporting. So we have to direct action, supervise these people, rather than just constituting a nuisance to the public shouting at Luther all over the place.
See, those are the senses we are trying to always give. Yeah, like there is a lot of ways people can channel all these energies, but people think we are just complaining for no good reason. A lot of things are going on. Okay, somebody was saying on the comment section, like, oh, people are powerless. But these people that
are
have
not powerless. The
most
powerful people in Nigeria are the Nigerians.
man. If you voted somebody for your constituency, and even simple borehole, he can't do for you till a regime finish. Everybody go to his house when he come, but it's a lie. Our people too are so stupid. That's why sometimes it's hard to.
Hold on, Tony. You know, almost every community they have a landlords association. Every community. Do you know that?
Yeah.
So those landlord associations, rather than contributing money all the time to get maid guards, they can monitor because all those landlord associations, they are usually
they can fight for the right of
they are usually educated people, civil servants, lawyers. That's usually what you find in all these landlord associations. So they can be that monitoring thing to monitor the constituency projects. So we can't just. Because we have to go after these people. We can't just be complaining all the time.
All the time, because you can fight for these things. Like now, all those people that have been given money to sort their constituencies, people go to their house to go and take 5,000, 10,000, and you have major issues in your neighborhood that this person should be the one solving it, and he can solve it. It's not really a big deal, like something like borehole, road. You can talk to Ministry of Work, finance them a bit, talk to the local government chairman and make it happen. But no, they won't go there to complain. If all of you pack yourself, you go there when every time you come and visit that weekend, go there and embarrass him. He knows he wants to, because most of them is like an ambition. Like people that are honorable now, some of them want to go for senatorial next. Some of them want to go for gubernatorial. So if you go there now and embarrass them, but it's a lie. Our people will go there. They will take the 10,000 that they will go and use to cook ilasepo in their house with their family. They will eat. Once that one is gone, how do you have mouth to go and complain in front of that same person? So that's where our problem is. And most people too don't know that they can go and harass these people for these things. They just believe, they are just in, they have to go and fight.
DOG, how can that be changed?
People have to talk. People have to move. We can't be waiting for Showere alone. That's why I'm saying. I think
most asking you about Showere here.
I'm just saying. Showere is outspoken. He challenged these people. Most of our people don't know they can challenge these people. You don't have to go and challenge the president. You can go and challenge the local government chairman. Everybody knows their house. They know their house. I won't lie to you. Honorable they come weekend to their house to do that meeting. Even if it's that meeting, pile yourself up, go there and harass them. But it's a lie. You will see youth gathering themselves, forming one youth association.
When you go there, listen, it's like how long have you been in Nigeria? Let me ask you that. Let's do that. I know you don't want to answer that, but you see, the thing is this: you want to go to their house and go and challenge them. When I was in Surrey there, this guy, what's his name? That is present House Speaker there, Bajabi Amila. My where I stay is not far from him. I mean, you see Baja Street there, where he has his family house. I tell you, you dare not do that. Even his office on Suwen, is it Suwenu there? He has an office there. If you go
Why
there,
do
you
say
see
you dare
thugs.
not do that? You won't go there with Kumpul.
You will see.
You will go
Listen,
there.
you're talking like you don't even know that country.
You
He
can
has
do that.
thugs there.
You can do
Forget
that.
Hold
the
on.
no.
Rational mind. I
Forget
understand
the
what you're trying to say.
I'll give you
They
my own
won't do
solution.
anything
No.
to you.
Yeah,
you allow me to speak, please?
you can go and picket his office now and say that
Big
you
what?
are not picket it.
Picket, what are you talking? What English are you talking about using? Picketing what?
Is the normal English? If you don't understand what
That
is
what?
being said,
I don't know what you mean. That's what I'm saying.
You can go with placards.
Placards,
and
put it on social media.
And peacefully.
You guys, you people just sit down here and just talk like as if something is
don't
worry.
All right, thank you.
Let me make this point. Let me make this point.
People are scared.
We are not surrendering like you. So if we don't want to surrender,
almost every night,
I'm not surrendering. If I'm surrendering, I won't be coming to your platform to discuss this matter.
What I'm saying is, we are scared. This is even the way to go, honestly. If they are not doing one challenge,
that's not the way to go.
Don't go there with people that will give them excuse to make their fire you. You understand? If you go there with placard, video coverage, even
with your phone, put it on social media, and say that this guy, he promised to build this, he has not done this. We've been tracking it at the assembly.
They get embarrassed too because that's their house. Sometimes their family, their kids are inside that house. But if they come, you people everybody leaves. Well,
can you allow me with this?
We can't surrender now. We cannot surrender.
Nobody's surrendering. Listen, if I'm surrender, I won't come to your platform. I will just give up. I just throw my hands in the air and just okay, that's it. But what I'm saying is this: even though you have to make placards, you guys have not seen whereby people they go to protest in a so-called dishonorable idiots' houses, and they have to send thugs against them to beat them up. Have you ever seen that?
They can't send thugs like that. There are people that instance.
You say you are into politics, and I wonder what kind of politics you are doing. But let's just say that.
You know what?
Hold on.
Do you know this thing I'm telling you this night? Do you know what I'm saying this night about all this thing?
What is it you're saying?
What I'm saying this night about people going to their houses and doing all these things. I've always been thinking, how can people challenge this? Because I think people don't know they are, but I've never even really thought about it. It's just now that we are talking about it. I'm now thinking, do you know people can actually do this? But instead of people doing that, that's what I'm telling you. It is people. Sometimes Nigerians are their own problems. Same people that are meant to go there to make this thing happen. And these people will listen to you because they want to make impact, because they are still coming to meet you. You understand? So, but these people will go there to take money. Like now, I see people, all these people, honorables comes home. Sometimes I help them to just put the money in envelope. And I'm thinking in my head, how much million are they giving you? Now you have dropped maybe 2.5 million. We should be putting 5,000, 10,000, this. Some of them, they will bring their girlfriend. Those that girlfriend will still be watching us, so we won't take out of the money too. You understand? So, and all these people that have gone to campaign, they will now call up you for meeting. They will not give you 10,000. You will eat jollof rice, eat meat, shout PDP power or APC, one thing. They do all those rubbish, give you money. You eat 10,000 that you will eat. You will forget that you people have major problem in your area. You need water, but it is still same people that wake up in the morning, give their kids money to go and pay money in one bowl.
You said this. I understand what you're saying. We understand what you're saying. I think I get you.
You need to challenge
the point is this: you cannot expect to be doing what. Listen. The governmental structure in that country cannot lead us anywhere. It will always give us the same result. That's the point I'm trying to make. Forget say we all the time you're talking about make placard, whatever.
Give us the same result if we keep quiet. Hold on. People.
All right. Okay. We must move on. But that, to me, rational man, that sounds like the language of surrender. But we are not surrendering. But about
surrender. Who said that surrender? Did I say you are surrender? You are the one making it.
We say we want to picket these people. You are saying it's not effective. We are saying
I'm not saying you should not. I'm not saying you should not. But that's not the solution.
So what do? We just
What's the solution?
we throw up our hands and
Well,
surrender.
it's what we've been saying here on your platform here and other platform, that country needs a new system.
Right.
The system we are using right now is
what started this conversation.
So until we get that, what happens until we get
it's
that?
It's hard before we get that. That's why I said we need to go.
Until we get that, we'll continue to do your picketing you're talking about. Continue to do your picketing there. Let's see whether that improves it then.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying to you. Continue doing your picketing or your placard carrying.
Right.
Let us have
There's Modelius is a youth. There's Modelius is a youth.
You cannot just do. You cannot treat ulcer with fencing or whatever. With fencing. Yeah. You need to go to the root cause. Go to the root cause. Tackle it from the root. Change the system. If you cannot change the system, we always get the same result.
All right. So until we change the system, then what do?
We wait for God. We wait for God.
Continue picketing there now. Let's see how that further carries us.
No. I'm asking you. Until we change the system, what do we do? Or do we do nothing until we change the system?
Well, yeah, I agree with you. For now that we're not changing the system has not changed. Let us continue carrying that placard and let us see if we're going to get that result then.
Let us see. Oh, okay. All right. Back to DOJ. So DOJ, back to you.
Yeah. So I think these are the ways of going about it. Changing the system is us, people going into these main parties and trying to get themselves into that space and get in a position to do things. Gradually, we will take over bit by bit. If we want to start saying parties and all that, it won't work. I don't think it will work. We will just be in the same narrative, complaining and repeating the same thing. And in the same process is when people start going to complain. Most people don't complain. Some people might be complaining in some places. Maybe they need to re-strategize, but I think it will work if you do it in a more strategic way. Because if you say, oh, you want to go and complain, and you go to people's house, you start shouting unnecessarily, creating nuisance, they rather send talk to you and you've already even given them opportunity to say, oh, they are miscreant. But there are ways you could go. You can even go through, like the example you made, Landlords Association, go and approach these people. But no, even all this, like some of this landlord association, I've seen landlord association like in Ibadan that achieve things through that way, that gets their neighborhood tied through the local government chairman that lives in their area, through the honorable, because they go there in group to meet them, they spoke to them, and they made it happen. Some local government, some landlord association go to these people's house, they cook for them, it gives them, tip them, it gives them, promise them, they go. They don't go with their wants. Some people go there just to get for themselves. They are not thinking about, oh, this guy should be the one solving this problem, or we can actually make this guy solve this problem for us. I've seen areas, majorly like in Ibadan now, that they have transformer issue. It's the honorable in that area that actually help them get another transformer. I've seen areas that is their chairman that help them sort some issues with people doing it the right way. Some people, it won't work. You have to just re-strategize. So it's part of the process. It might work in some places. You might have to re-strategize. It doesn't work, to think of something else. But I think it's part of the way forward. Because if you want to sit here and think, oh, we will form one ACN, then somebody that is not even ready to form an alliance with anybody will now come and unseat these people. We come here every day, everybody, Tinubu is too old, is too this. Tell me, out of even all these people trying to contest, that guy is like 10 steps ahead of all of themselves now. He's been everywhere. That's now Katsina, Emir Of Katsina is saying it's the soil of the sun. That guy is making a move, and that is what we don't understand. And I always say these guys are like 2 steps ahead of even the normal citizen. They know what they are doing. If they say somebody go and say something on the media, they know what they are trying to make people switch to one thing before they can do another thing that they plan to do. We have to think fast too. This guy, people keep complaining, oh, he's shaking, his hand is shaking, he's doing this, he's doing that. But that guy has made move. He's not even won primaries yet. But does the party even have any choice now than to just give it to him? Because he has gone everywhere. He's made move than all these guys, even than Atiku. He's made move. He's gone everywhere. He's already doing as if they've given him the ticket safe. And those are part of the strategies to do these things. You have to make move. But if we say it's more like, oh, we don't know what we are saying. It doesn't work like that. If you don't try it, it doesn't. And sometimes, that's why I say, like when some people come on this show, They are trying to make some point, and you can see this person knows something. Some people will come and start asking them questions to tackle them, to want to change that narrative of that idea that person is trying to trump. But sometimes people don't talk with full mouth, but you can tell what they are trying to say, that they know something. Instead of us to pick from it and use it, no, some people won't use it. They want to tackle. It's more like we come here to tackle each other instead of us to pick from what everybody is saying that is making like this person knows something and is pointing us to the direction. It's all ideas, and that is how we can beat this thing. We can't just come here every day, oh, this person is this, person is this, and those people are even making move while we are busy talking for no good reasons. You know? So that is it.
All right, thank you.
I'm not in Nigeria. If Nigeria is going back to that, I'll probably even know people in government and still go there, enjoy myself, and come back here. But it's quite sad because I have families, I have friends. Like I said, I have a friend that has graduated 2007. He's done masters. He's jobless. He has to start business last year. Since 2007. You know, and it's not just that one person. There are loads of people. There are people even that have graduated far beyond that period itself, and they are still jobless. So it's sad, and it's really, really upon. And it irks me sometimes when I even think about all these things, or when people call me and start complaining, oh, their kids have not eaten, and I look at this person. This guy is a brilliant guy, if not for this stupid country. But if you want to sit here and start saying, oh, this won't work, that won't work, or oh, let's form a party, this guy is going to take us there, is our savior. Nobody's going to save us if we don't start thinking this way.
All right, thank you, DOJ. And very briefly on the Abubakar Malami space, there's a human rights writers association. They've come out to say that Abubakar Malami essentially trying to cover Abakari. They're pointing to the fact that it's taking well in excess of a year for him to process his extradition application. And for just coincidentally, that application he is now processing after the NDLEA have filed charges against Abakari, which are charges of equal weight or even weightier than the charges being levied by the Americans. So what that extradition treaty says is that if you have similar or equal measure charges in your own home country, that supersedes the extradition. So essentially, by clever move of law, Abakari once again covers this. Abubakar Malami rather once again covers this Fulani man called Abakari. So what are you then making then of this alarm by the Writers Association?
This Malami guy has been a crook from day one, and he's always make moves like this, and it's obvious. And you see now, people were not lying when they say, "Oh, so it's either they will send him to the US now to escape this," because I think the NDLEA case weighs more than what he will face when he goes to the US. And it's just a shame we have such a person in that position, and it's not new to us anymore. And this Abakari guy is such a crook that they've done a lot of things. And maybe this Malami guy is part of the people, 100% is even part of the people this guy has been talking about that is going to expose some people. It's part of the people that has been working for them. They've helped them kill, they've helped them do like the operation they carried out going to the Chief Justice house. Those are the kind of people they send for those kind of operation. So these are his guys. So he's trying to save his ass to go to the US now and escape the NDD. But him saying he's a son or he's a lawyer, I don't know. I don't understand it because it's just as if he doesn't even understand the law, to be honest.
All right, thank you, D. So D, we go on from you to Solly, who hopefully still with us. Solly, are you there? Oh, all right, we seem to be dropping everybody. So, Vin, what about you? Are you there, Vin?
Yes, please. One man, I'm here.
All right, thank you, Vin. So, Vin, just go on from where. Actually, let me take you to this space. Ex-Special Anti-Robbery Squad official dismissed for armed robbery and kidnapping, reinstated into the police force without charges. So this is just it might all just be Monday or Tuesday in Nigeria, and this is something that happens with increasing frequency. So I mean, the security apparatus in Nigeria, they're essentially armed robbers in uniform. This is what they are. This is how they practice. And this, again, another instance that just goes on to validate what we have already surrendered to. That we are fighting two elements in Nigeria. We're fighting the conventional armed robbers, which we know that is their job, but we're also fighting the uniformed armed robbers, which is now a new phenomenon. So a sitting target, the Nigerian person, damned if you do, damned if you don't, Arvin.
Yeah, I don't I think is it part of our part of the topic that we are going to discuss here, because I didn't hear you read out this particular piece in
Yeah.
details.
Oh, no, I did read it out, but if you didn't hear it, let me take you on to a different one then. Insecurity will never be as bad as before. As Chief of Defense Staff Lucky Irabo assures Nigerians. So good news if it was true news, but then of course we've been there before. When they tell us they've technically defeated Boko Haram and they tell us it's satellite incidents, but then not only have they not technically defeated Boko Haram, it has transmuted and birthed and given birth to another offspring, which is the Fulani headsmen. And then we on that the unknown gunmen, and then the roads in Nigeria are now essentially at your own risk, but then they are giving us the assurances that things are getting better. So how do you relate these narratives from the government with the experiences of the Nigerians, Arvin?
With all due respect to my general, I don't think that he is real in what he has just said. If it were before, let me say, early 90s, 80s, and 70s, I will agree with him. But one thing I will let you know is that the military is capable. I continue to say this here. The military is capable of taking care of any insurgents in Nigeria. They are well trained and properly trained. But the fact that the accoutrement that they're supposed to use to tackle all these, problems facing them and facing the Nigerian people are not being provided, for them is a very serious problem. He is saying this right now. He is saying this in order to just keep hope alive, because I do not see, how prepared the Nigerian government has prepared this military, to tackle this high, hydra-headed, terrorism that is going on in Nigeria. If it were before, when Goodluck Jonathan was there, it was just a confined place, and the operatives there were Boko Haram. But today we have different cells, terrorist cells all over Nigeria, fighting and trying to exert their own, ideology. And that is where the problem is. And for the army, nobody is responsible. The government is not equipping them. People are just dying for nothing. Because if you listen, there are so many things that is going on in the war front that you and I are not privy to. There are so many things that are going on. Our boys, our girls, the men are dying in this war front, in a fight against this the terrorism. You see, so he just want to keep hope alive and promise Nigerians, when they want to, in the principle of war, nobody would like to tell you that he is being defeated. Okay, so we have a way of trying to soften the ground a bit so that there will be no tension in the land. But as I can speak to you, based on what I have been hearing as well from the other side, they don't have the equipments to tackle this one. The federal government is failing on that.
But they've said we've been taking our possession of fighter jets, and we are hearing news of all sorts of gadgets and kits being delivered to Nigeria. So I'm not quite sure that that narrative still subsists, that they are ill-equipped.
Yeah,
What about all those billions of dollars of American jets that they bought and all the
yeah, of
ammunitions
course.
and whatnot?
I think you and I have not witnessed them, using them
No,
effectively,
no,
and
we've seen them, or they've been giving us at least feedbacks of how the efficacy of those Tucano jets that they are saying is a game changer and whatnot. Hello.
also, you see, this thing is a very serious problem. But we live to see. You see, there is no way you hide the truth. Or I would have thought that if he is not given, if they are not properly equipped, he should come out and tell Nigerians, because if they fail, Nigerians will come after them, and his seat and his position will be more tackled and no shattered into pieces, because I believe that they are not doing more, and time will tell if actually that they are ready to do it and they have the equipment to do that. One man.
All right, thank you. So, and Obasanjo's verdict on Nigeria. This is at the symposium to mark his 85th birthday. So when you attain that age, there's really nothing to be scared of anymore. So you speak as you find. And his verdict on the Nigerian space is total damnation, manipulation of electoral processes, selfish leadership, poor quality leadership. All of them should be in jail. And this is what he says as the future of Nigeria. So do you share the pessimism of the former president, Alvin?
Yes, yes, one man. I will take the message, and with all due respect, I will not take the messenger. It is real. What he said is real. Nigeria has never gotten, this worse, today. We have experienced a lot of things in Nigeria, and tribalism, nepotism, clanism, name them, has taken sway, in Nigeria than it has ever been in that country. I saw the old man, showing his skills and his, they say, oh soldier, no they die, oh, oh
Slogan.
soldier, they
Were you impressed by how sprightly he still is at 85? I
That is to tell
mean,
you. Look, let me tell you, for those of us that served him, that were around him for a couple of some time, not when he was in the democratic head of state of Nigeria, we will tell you that this man, like, he doesn't eat. I stand to be corrected. This man does not eat all these polished foods.
he's
He is
diabetic.
natural. He eats natural food. He eats natural food. Even if he's going to UN conference, Obasanjo will still carry his own cook and pomo and amala. You see, to that place, he eats natural food, and I can I see it in him. He is still strong despite the diabetic nature of his his health conditions. He's still strong. I saw him jogging, moving around, displaying some skills. I say, oh, soldier, no, they die. Oh."
Also, they know they die. Yes, that's it. But then, of course, he has all of the Nigerian wealth to look after his health. So really,
Ex-
we have to take that into consideration as well.
Exactly, exactly. He should have been the best person that will revive Nigeria immediately he took over from, from the military, administration. But being what as Nigeria it is, as Nigeria is, so he refused and was unable to do what he's supposed to do, and that is why most of the problem we have today, we are witnessing them. So he is one of the most luckiest Nigerian, I would tell you. In fact, my brother, it's a known fact. If not that Abacha died that night, the following morning, 7 o'clock, first sight file, Obasanjo will not be alive today. But glory be to God that he survived it, and the person that was meant to sign his execution also gave up the ghost that night. So he's supposed to be one. I consider him as one of the most luckiest Nigerian, and he refused, to do what is right and put Nigeria back, on track to what Nigeria is, instead of this being a mockery of his
Yeah. One month, sir. Can I ask Vin one question, if you allowed me?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Vin, do you know that Obasanjo laid down all the foundations for our future development? Even that is across Black Africa. You know, he set up this national economic development, national, national, economic for Africa development. Then he brought then he begged those Nigeria ex-ministers who stole money that are living abroad to come back home. He said, you can go to Kenya, you can go to Ghana. That is why all these Babagatuko and all these people, they come to invest in Ghana. Today, Ghana is good because of Obasanjo. So Obasanjo did everything. The atomic program was also there. If you listen to Bolaji Akiyemi, our ex-foreign minister, you know, that is, the guy just said that we needed this atomic energy to be relevant in the world politics.
No. Bolaji Akiyemi was actually the minister, I think foreign minister under the Babangida administration. And you are right.
Yes.
He came up with this concept because, you know, you have the first world that they describe themselves. And then they describe us as the third world. But what Bolaji Akinyemi was saying at that time is that there's a middle gap between that first world narrative and the third world narrative, because there are certain countries that they might not well meet up with what they are saying the criteria for first world is, but they're certainly not third world. And he was coming up with the concept of a middle power. And he was talking about then Nigeria having a nuclear base, especially for energy. This was what Bolaji Akinyemi was saying all those years ago under the Babangida administration. So he was a man before his time, Bolaji
Yes, sir.
Akinyemi. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So and then just day before yesterday also, he reiterated all those, and then he was giving the reason why he suggested so back in the days that which means Obasanjo also saw that vision. That is why, because Bolaji Akiyemi also stressed that the Western countries will respect you when you are a threat, when you have what they also have. So, and that is what makes us to be like a seventh world country today, because we don't have anything to show for it. Like Iran, he also, you know, look at Iran, look at all these North Korea. People respect them. They go to them and they talk with them. Who is talking with Nigeria today? Nobody
Yeah, but
talk with them.
is that not what we are seeing playing out now? They would absolutely love to just throw everything at Russia and wipe that country off the face of the earth. They would love to do that, but they know if they do that, they would not survive it. So that is it. But if they want to, they don't even have to throw anything at you. They just tell you what to do because they know you are dogs.
Yeah, you see all the presidents, all the presidents flying to try to meet him. You know, this German, French, they are going to this guy, Turkish. Everybody is begging him. You know, because they have this capability.
If they don't have that capability, do you think they would? They would just. They would just
storm them. They would just storm Russia and they kill the guy and overthrow the government.
Okay, Tony. Let me answer your question. If I got you right, you cannot build on a very sandy foundation. If you look at what Obasanjo inherited, 1999, I was opportune to receive him as a quarter guard sergeant.
But make it short, so that I can have time to respond before one man kick us.
No, you asked me a question and I'm responding to your question, sir.
Okay.
So you asked me, you addressed me. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you cannot build on nothing. If you look at the constitution he inherited from the military, it wasn't the people's constitution. And that constitution is a decree form of constitution that was handed over to our dad. I call him my dad as well, Obasanjo. And considering the time period at that time and how Nigerians wanted the army to get out, he accepted what he accepted and to build on it. But what happens was what everybody expected and what I expected him to do in order to reposition Nigeria was to begin to tinker with that constitution immediately and see how best he will make it so that Nigeria will be built on solid foundation,
Okay,
good
I hear you.
institutions,
I hear
strong
you.
institutions. Listen, strong institution that can stand the test of time, not strong men. We
Okay.
discussed this thing the other day. We
Okay,
discussed
okay,
this thing
okay. Thank you,
sometime.
thank you. Akwaba. Look, Obasanjo set up. Let me just use broken English. He set up a AFCC. He even arrested his party governors. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this guy is a hero. You know what I say? He
Tony,
knows exactly what he was doing. So he was able to
listen.
manage that.
Tony,
Hold on.
Tony.
He was so he was able to manage that constitution. Let me tell you one thing. Many countries don't go on constitution. Constitution is just a paper. You have to have the heart to serve the people. You know, to know exactly what your people need. He set up this
If you,
nuclear program. Hold on, no, nuclear program. This international nuclear agency, they came to Nigeria on many occasions to come and inspect it. You know what I'm saying? So everything was laid down. Power system also, like one man told you, most of the power system equipment are rotting away now, you know, at the ports, you know. So Obasanjo said he was able to manage that. He just put the constitution aside, but decided to do something for us. Even GSM. Look at the Ghana economy. Without Obasanjo, you know, this Ghana economy was zero. You know, if you look to Sahara reporters 10 years ago, look, Ghana was dying. You know, if not that the Nigerians that went to invest there, you know, because of they were afraid to poverty.
All right. So I don't know
Even
where we're
if we
going, but
have,
yeah.
Tony, I
sorry,
don't know where
woman,
you are. I don't know.
sorry,
See, I
woman.
don't know.
I think
You know
even
exactly.
if,
Okay.
even if,
I don't
Let's
know
hear
where
from
you're
D.
going
Let's
to.
hear from D,
Uh-huh.
and then we
Uh-huh.
wrap up
The,
that space. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, sorry, just a quick one. I think
Yeah.
Obasanjo is the best president so far. I think with this constitution itself, if you have somebody that wants to do right, the constitution shouldn't really be a problem.
That's
Honestly,
all.
honestly.
okay, DOG. You see, I think I will have a separate debate on this with you. You see, you cannot. Obasanjo left there. What happened? The
Yeah, but at
successful
that
people that
point, you won't be thinking of the constitution because it's not as bad
no, I'm
as this.
coming.
Obasanjo
I'm
was the
coming.
only president, even though he's Yoruba, he kept
Look at
everybody.
Okay.
There was no succession.
GSM. If not the
There was
Obasanjo, we don't have
nothing.
telephone today in Africa. The whole Africa.
Honestly, Obasanjo even
Uh,
he ignored his own people because
Yes.
him Obasanjo for some things that didn't develop in Southwest, him being the
My
president.
God.
You know, so I think he's the best president, and if we have a
Yes.
good president, we shouldn't even be worried. We are this worried about the constitution because now we can see what is going on, and these
Yes.
people are actually taking advantage of it. That's
Thank
the point.
you.
DOG.
Vin, I think we
These
should
things.
debate it because we need to move on. I think
Yes.
yes. All right. Thank
we
you.
will discuss. We will have time to do it maybe some other time.
That's
On the
okay. What
show. Yeah.
you see,
I
what
wish
I
to
wanted
discuss
to,
it too, yeah, but we should move on.
yeah, what I
Blackwood is there,
intended to
rational
do
mind
is
is
that
there, they still need to talk to, yeah.
considering the nature and the peculiar nature of Nigeria, you need strong institutions so that no matter who comes in will follow those lay down procedures, and no one will
Yeah.
feel intimidated in that country. The reason
He
why you
laid them.
see
He
it
laid them
today,
down. He laid them down, Mr. Vin. AFCC was
listen.
set up. ICPC, all
You
the whole
see, let
anti.
me tell you,
Obasanjo set them up.
what is the look at what is the principle of EFCC right now? EFCC is supposed to be independent. EFCC is supposed to be independent to be able not to take instruction from anybody. You
Under
see,
Obasanjo,
today,
it was very good.
All right. Thank
okay,
you.
Tony, let me just face my line of thought. You see,
Next time.
he tried, and when you look at the nature of that particular time he took over, what preceded, he had let me say time. He had solid 8 years to change to make Nigeria a very
My
great
God, that
place.
guy tried the best. You know, he was even inviting us back home. He encouraged us. You
Tony,
know,
will you allow me to continue now?
continue. No, but not a Vin. It's okay. It's okay. Obasanjo is a hero. Please, sir. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Continue. Carry on.
All right.
But
I
okay,
don't know. I don't know where we are
so
anymore.
I don't, I don't quite get it though. But you see, the Obasanjo said what everybody is. Nigeria is in a precipice, and if remember he used if. You see, if nothing is done, it is going to collapse. Nobody knows when it is going to collapse. With the way things are going on in Nigeria today, one man, I bet you, Nigeria is on a precipice, is on a verge of collapse. So that is what I'm going to say. I will honor that man, and I would like to commend him also, for showing the skills today. He's my former general and
Oh,
the
oh,
commander in chief.
all right. Thank you, Vin. So, Vin, let's go on to Black League, who hopefully is still with us. Black League, never known for being quiet.
There is something I wanted to speak about concerning the petrol issue. I wanted to talk about
Okay,
that.
okay. Go to that. Yes. What do you make
You
of that
see,
space? Yeah.
my brother, you see, if institutions are working very, very well, nobody is going to use gallons to buy fuel. Nobody will do that. If institutions are made to work very, very well, and you have political leaders that will make use of the good institution that you will have petrol at the filling stations. Nobody is going to look at what. Okay, now there we saw what happened. I will not encourage such thing though. I will not encourage it, but desperate time, it requires desperate action. So these are some of the things that the problems Nigerians are facing. Just imagine a nation like Nigeria, people are giving out gallons of petrol as a gift in a function. It is ridiculous. I have not heard that or seen that happening anywhere in the world. You see, and it must be if the structures are working, nobody will carry petrol. Well, nobody will use let me say a gallon, go to the
Yeah,
filling
no, but
station.
there are two separate things. So what you
Yeah,
say, of course, nobody disagrees with that. But the Lagos State government stance is very difficult to disagree with that either. You
I
cannot have
understand.
you cannot have people just parading the streets with gallons of petrol,
Yeah,
drunk most of them. Just it cannot be a culture that they
I
can allow to take hold.
I, I agree with you, one man, but most cases, most at time in Nigeria, we treat the symptoms and the causative, factors. We don't tackle them. This is the what we see now is the resultant effect of bad leadership in that country. That's what I would say about that. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
All right, brilliant. Good. Well said, Vin. So let's acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat and then we go on to Black League. So Alexander comes in to say, and he says in support of what Tony was trying to just push just now. It says Obasanjo is without a shadow of doubt the greatest civilian president in my opinion. He was exceptional, insightful, and internationally respected. So some people might quibble the first half of that statement, but very few people will quibble the second half of that statement. He was exceptional, insightful, and internationally respected. Obasanjo are here above all else within the Nigerian governance, presidency, otherwise. He has an international presence. Babangida doesn't have that presence. Buhari never had that presence. Nobody in Goodluck Jonathan doesn't have that presence. Nobody has that presence. Abatas at least doesn't. Obasanjo stands. Gowon doesn't. Obasanjo stands alone as the most and probably only respected Nigerian president in the history of that country. That is my opinion, and that is what seems to subsist. And I think certainly,
One man. There's
yeah.
something. Just permit me. There's something I would like to add here.
All right.
I am very, very grateful to that man, to OBJ. If you look at what he did in Ghana here, when our police force, that man single-handedly, issued so many, in hundreds of Peugeot vehicles, for to our police force. And when we were celebrating Ghana at 50 as well, that man also gave us, petroleum. That was during his best friend, John Kufuor. You see, so
It's a
he did
Pan-Africanist as well. They
exactly,
love him
exactly.
in Kenya. They adore him in Kenya. I don't know
Even
why,
here
but
in even
they
here in
adore him in
Ghana,
Kenya.
here we
Yeah,
have his
yeah.
there is a particular express road, we call it N1 road, very nice, that was named after him, Obasanjo Way. So
Mhm.
that man he is recognized here in Ghana
as we speak.
In fact, you know what they call him in Kenya? They call him Baba, and this is what they seem to call him in every other African country, especially the Black African countries. They worship him. You know, that's the sort of, and I don't think Babangida commands the same cachet or Buhari or Goodluck. No, no one. So he stands
All
alone.
the schools, all the schools are closed. All the schools are closed in Malawi, in Uganda, in Somalia, in everywhere. When Obasanjo was there, Ashaba, Boko Haram of that place, they were not active because we have our battalions there. So Obasanjo is highly
I don't know
respected.
about that, but
Yes.
thank you, Tony. But
Yes.
as ever, Mike, he disagrees. Obasanjo did nothing but sell Nigeria to the United States. So that's the counterbalance to the eulogizing on Obasanjo. But let's go to Black League, who has been patiently waiting for his turn. So Black League, to you. So Black League, just a quick thought on this glowing on Obasanjo, and I'll take you to the talking point. So Black League.
Yes, Obasanjo is definitely respected. He does have his flaws. He wasn't a perfect president, but overall, he commands respect within and outside the country. I remember he made history after he became president, after he left office, as the only African to become the chairman of the Association of Past Presidents in the world. As far as I know, Obasanjo is the only African who has attained that height to lead people like Bill Clinton, George Bush, former President Jacques Chirac.
Would you say he has a Mandela level status? Would that be pushing it to say he has a Mandela level status, at least in Africa? Or is that pushing it?
That may be pushing it, but it's not an unfair comparison at the same time, because Obasanjo has paid his dues. I remember Mandela also has very strong criticisms as to the results on ground of what he supposedly achieved. So personally, I rate people like Awolowo over Mandela, but not Obasanjo.
But how can you rate? Awolowo is a black icon, but Mandela is a black icon, but Awolowo is just a Yoruba man. How would you rate it?
No, woman. I'm sorry, woman.
Yeah, sorry, that was to Black League. Yeah, sorry, Black League. Yeah.
I mean, who used the term black icon for Mandela? It was essentially West.
Sorry, get on.
Yeah, you're copying it from the West. The West, they usually want to be in charge of who our heroes are and who our villains are. To me, if you look at what they achieved on ground, yes, granted, Western Nigeria wasn't a country, but it was run like a country at that time. So that's the comparison I'm making. What Awolowo achieved is still there on ground to be seen, and there's been nothing like it since then. But what Mandela achieved in South Africa is very minimal compared to the likes of Awolowo. Why? Because
are you talking in terms of governance or emancipation? Because he was an emancipator, not a governor. So Awolowo was a governor, but Mandela was an emancipator.
Well, I'm trying to give you the figures. If you say Mandela was an emancipator, the black people of South Africa would own more than 10% of the land, the arable land in South Africa. You see where I'm going? The illiteracy rate amongst black South Africans is alarming. It's almost the highest in the world. But no one talks
Mandela
about
served only one term.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He fought for the apartheid regime, and he was the first black president.
That was his main mission. So
no, it's it's just the negotiations that went on. I think they were unfair to the black people, and Mandela was the one leading the charge. So only he can be blamed, because that's the most backward place in black Africa you could find. South Africa. People skip over it because Cape Town is one of the most beautiful cities you can find in the world. When you go beyond Cape Town and go to actually where the black people are and look at what they own in South Africa, you will shed tears. It's nothing palatable, and you would see that hype of having a black president is at best hype. The reality on ground is the
Well,
black
have you
people
been?
of South Africa. To South Africa? No, I haven't personally been to
Oh,
South
look at
Africa.
that.
Wow.
So yeah, just look
No,
at this
I
guy.
have relatives. I have relatives in South Africa who went there to become pilots and stuff like that. So I know South Africa pretty well, and I really have no desire to go there besides vacation. But I have studied Mandela's legacy and have studied Awolowo's legacy to be able to make that comparison. And I'm not biased as people usually are, even on this platform, to say, oh, because he comes from my ethnic group, he's the best in the world. That's not what I'm doing. I'm looking at things very objectively because we don't have people as vibrant as the Yorubas. And the Yorubas came to that feat, I would say, almost single-handedly because of Awolowo's leadership style. Now, he was very forceful in
You're
what he did.
taking advantage of Ajanle Koko not being here, Abi.
No, Ajanle Koko would agree with me 100%.
No, where you are saying something
Ajanle
about
Koko
that.
would.
But the woman you forgot to say here.
Yeah, but Ajanle Koko is a knowledgeable man, but I carry on Black League.
Yes, just the results in South Africa is really nothing to write home about. The black people there are still living in horrible conditions. The statistics show it, and what you find on ground shows it. But Awolowo was years ago, but you still can feel his presence in terms of how many industries has been created within the Yoruba region. The level of literacy is all due to Awolowo. Or am I wrong on that?
Well, that's your subjective view. But Awolowo was certainly a contributor, but I've seen some of the attributions to Awolowo. It's somewhat nostalgic looking back through rose-tinted glasses and to just make attributions. So Awolowo did not work alone. He may well have been a visionary, but sometimes I am, but I don't have the knowledge base to query it. But I just recall somewhat from all the way people very quickly, try to deify this guy, but I like him too. But anyway, let me take you to the talking point.
Oh, and he saw beyond Yoruba land. That's how I give him credit.
Yes.
As the leader who saw beyond his domain. He actually wanted to be president, but the powers that be at that time and still now did not want such a figure would just be an embarrassment to them. Because what he would have been able to achieve, none of them would have been able to achieve that across regions. He was thinking across regions, and he used the west, the western region at that time as like a lab, an experiment, and he did well with that. But unfortunately, he was in prison, just like with all people with revolutionary ideas. So that's really what halted him.
Okay, so hold that thought. And is that thought now rinse and repeat as Tinubu is a son of the soil, the Emir of Katsina eulogizing about Tinubu, but pigtailing off the back of what you just said about Awolowo, that the people might well feel that his presidency would have been an embarrassment to them, which his success would highlight their failure. So this pushback against Tinubu, is it essentially that narrative repeating? So the Katsina Emir endorses him, the Alaafin of Oyo endorses him. You will say that's just word of mouth and politeness. But this guy now, he's collecting the endorsements throughout the entire... The only place he has not been to is actually the East. I don't think maybe he counts them so much, or he doesn't think they count him so much. But so this endorsement now by the Emir of Katsina, yes, they are just pleasantries that you will hear, but the wordings, they have depth and meaning. So he's endorsed again, but then the senses that we're getting from the APC is that they don't want him. So is that off the tail of what you've just said about Awolowo, Black League?
Well, I'm in no means comparing the likes of Aolo to Tinubu of today, but Tinubu getting endorsements beyond his region did not start today. Tinubu, of course, is well recognized outside his region of the Southwest. Now to the Emir in Katsina, which is the president's home state. I'm sure he's just extending a hand of friendship because we're in political season to say we're ready to work with you, if you dialogue with us. That's really the underlying message I see from there. And you will see more and more endorsements, even from the southeast. More and more endorsements will come for Bola Tinubu because he does need 25% in all the states.
You see,
25% in 24 states, 24 states.
Yes, you see, it intrigues me how Tinubu is going about his politicking, because he's politicking to cover all the bases. This is what I am noticing. He identifies that the powers that be, they don't want him because they are not 100% sure of him, that they can quantify him. And I think a lot of the comments that he has been making publicly is to give reassurances to where those concerns are about him. So he came out not that long ago to say that he wants to step into uh, Buhari's shoes and not on his toes. So that is to tackle frontally that pocket of concern by the power brokers in the north who find him somewhat of a concern. So in the last day or so, he came out again with the language that I am not at all a threat to anybody. I just want to take on this job because I feel I have within myself for the betterment of everybody. So he came out just within the last day or so with that statement as well. So if you're reading some of his statements as it goes around collecting all these endorsements from all the monarchs right across the breadth of the country, these statements are get towards that area of concern to peter it down and to dampen it down and to give them the reassurances that they might need for them to let him pass through. Are you reading that into his commentary? Because I am at Black League.
You're correct in your assessment. He's trying to, ease himself in to show loyalty to the president, even after the president leaves office. So he's trying to make people believe that he would maintain the president's legacies, because that's really the fear within Aso Rock. Is would the president's legacies be maintained, or would someone just come and rubbish all he has achieved? They see someone like Tinubu as a 50-50 chance. He might come and consolidate on what the president has done, or he might come and show some obedience in the beginning and later on become a man of his own, which he has shown to be a man of his own throughout the Lagos state, even with other governors being in place. So yes, Tinubu saying, I would like to fill in your shoes, not step on your toes, or whatever he said. He's definitely trying to ease himself in and ease the tempers of those that think he may turn against the president. I think you're right in your assessment.
Is that not a risk that space runs, though? Because with Goodluck Jonathan being the only outlier, the president of Nigeria is usually an emperor-like figure that just straddles the space because he knows the powers that he commands. So even if they find somebody that they feel might be a bit more plowable than Tinubu, they might be able to ply him for like a year or so. But then when that person settles in, he will become a man of his own. The only person that never really became a man of his own was Goodluck Jonathan, who was somewhat a man, but not of his own. Because I don't think Tinubu is going there essentially to attack them. Do you see that? Do you see that he will go there to attack them? Because they are he in some way. So, I mean, what do you think the concerns are? Because he's not likely to attack them, surely. Do you think, Black League?
Well, you're speaking on a personal basis. Tinubu as a man, but Tinubu as a man cannot get there. He has to use a team. So he himself may not want to attack, but the team around him may. And in some instances, your team around you are likely to be more powerful than you are, although you're the one sitting on the exalted seat. It happens. And that's really what the occupants of Aso Rock are kind of jittery about Tinubu. Because he has shown he is a man of his own, and he has shown that he's unshakable, and he has shown that no matter the terrain, as long as it's politics, he would find his way through. Tinubu has successfully shown that to anybody who cares to observe. So that fear is there, and is it legitimate? I don't know.
All right, thank you, Black League. So, Black League, before I take you to the next talking point, let's acknowledge Alexander Superchat, who is fast turning into your fanboy. So this is fanboying by Alexander Gomez again. This is almost getting a bit. Don't Alexander, you end up giving this guy a big head with all these words. But this is Alexander Superchatting in your direction again, Black League. I don't usually say this, but when Black League speaks, I, Alexander Gomez, I listen attentively. He is absolutely my favorite contributor. He is just so articulate. So, Alexander, again, delighted in your company. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander. But please don't give this guy a big head because we can already see the green shoots of big headism. But thank you for the super chat. So, Alexander, super chats to you, Black League. So, Black League, let me. Do you want to acknowledge that before I go on Black League?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Gomez, for your kind words. Of course, one man would always like to add his own, but I know yours is coming from a good place, and one man's is coming from a good place too.
Yeah, don't worry. We have to. You know how you can get now. We can see that you can get carried away with it if it's getting too much.
Mr. Gomez, I may be in your city in August, so maybe before then I'll reach out to you.
All right. Maybe I'll pop Alexander's. No. Actually, you can make the arrangements because it's not giving me permission to. But let me take you to another talking point. We will soon say goodbye to Nigeria as a nation if this is Obasanjo speaking, and he paints a gloomy picture. He puts together all that we know already about the country, and he presents it to us as a stark reality. He's saying the elections are manipulated in such a way that the people that sit in situation, they will always sit in situation. And he's saying that the people that sit in situation and the people that are looking to occupy situations, if anything functions in Nigeria at all, those people should not be aspiring to any seat of governance. They should be cooling their heels in some prison or the other. He is saying that the pathway for this country is not something that fills him with optimism for the future. He's an 85-year-old man now, so he can speak as he wills, and this is what he has to say. Doom and gloom, the future he predicts. Do you share his pessimism, Black League?
It's hard for me too. I'm a natural optimist because I have no other country but Nigeria. But he has been to positions I haven't. So, and he of course has more years, so he's in a position to know better than I will. At the same time, I understand the former president, Obasanjo. He's very, he loves the media and he's very politically active, physically active too, as you've seen in the video of him jogging around. But I know every time it's political season, he comes up, puts himself in the political discourse, and he has a way of doing it. I consider him a genius at media manipulation. He knows how to read the temperament of Nigerians. He knows when to speak and echo what the Nigerians are saying, and he's very good at that. I give that to him. So I think this is one of those moments where he's reading the what's happening on the political terrain, and also socially in the country. And he's adding his voice, and the politicians, the presidential aspirants have already started visiting him. So, of course, he is one of the figures people rally around, especially if they want to be president. So he's just playing his Godfather card once again to speak on national issues.
All right, thank you, Black League. So, did you see that viral video of the souvenir that is now the new currency in Lagos? Certainly, probably Nigeria. Even usually starts in Lagos and
Yeah.
cascades. So, this is a space that Lagos State is moving very quickly to shut down and apply punitive measures to the people that carried it out. Gallons of petrol now being given out at parties. So the Lagos state government takes a position that this is something that needs to be shut down and quickly. But do you agree with Lagos State, Black League?
Yes, I definitely agree. It needs to be shut down. That's that's very dangerous. That's a hazard because fuel is very flammable. At any point, it could just explode if the temperature is right for it to explode. So I don't think it should be. And considering the type of event, it's some type of celebration, right? A wedding or something.
You know, it's a coronation. Coronation.
Yeah, coronation. Of course, it is a place where people will gather, and that's very dangerous.
Smoking, live wires. You know how they tie all those wires for the speakers together.
People have to eat, dance, celebrate. Those who drink will drink. Those who support the drinking will smoking will do the same. Like, it's just a hazard that you cannot really control what people do in such an environment.
And it's gallons and gallons, so the whole neighborhood goes if that thing ignites the whole neighborhood.
Yeah, for sure. So I think the government of Lagos State was right in stepping in, and they should also step in when these people we call black market on the roadsides also sell in similar gallons. High temperatures of the day, you see them running about with gallons in their hands, especially when there's fuel scarcity. I think the government should look into that too, that black market economy.
All right, thank you, Black League. Insecurity will never be as bad as before. Chief of Defense Staff Lucky Irabor assures Nigerians. So good news, you will think on surface, but then the sense of deja vu because we've heard these narratives before. So once upon a time, they told us that it's been technically defeated. But do you think they would have sent the memo to Boko Haram this time around that insecurity is coming to an end? So what are you making of these words of this guy? Is it just empty words, as we've heard countlessly within that particular space in Nigeria?
Yes, I've heard insecurity has technically ended. Insecurity will end soon. Insecurity will end in 3 months, in 3 weeks. We've captured the leader. We've killed the leader. I've heard it all from the military. And also from General Irabor specifically. He is in charge of kinetics, and really it's just coordination. The Chief of Defense Staff has no troops in his command. The Chief of Army Staff does, the Chief of Air Staff does, and the Chief of Naval Staff does. So I don't even think he's in a position to tell us what would be done if he has no troops in his command. And he has told us the same thing repeatedly. These things will end soon, or these things have ended, but we still see more and more attacks and incursions deeper into the inlands, into the country, and towards the sea. So we call them bandits, some are Boko Haram. We have different factions of just sheer violence all over the country. So as far as what he's in charge of, I think that's what he's speaking to. But the problem remains going after the sponsors of these guys. I have no doubt that the government is aware of them. The The government has way more intelligence than we give them credit for, because they are not just working based on intelligence and technology that they have. They work with international intelligence organizations too that have all the technology at their disposal. So they know what all Nigerians are doing, home and abroad, what type of calls you make, messages. That's just normal. They have a lot of intelligence that we give them credit for. So it's shocking to me that up until now, we don't know the sponsors, but we know they're getting sponsored. And it's just a shame because the intelligence department in Nigeria definitely knows the sponsors of these heinous acts. The Chief of Defense Staff General Iraba also does, because he's privy to some of this information too. So I think this thing has dragged on for too long. And the fear is that when insurgency lasts up to 20 years, it's a problem because you have a new breed of insurgents that were born into it. When you have that, it's very difficult to end. So I think this thing has lasted too long. It's not just the first generation that has started. Now we have a new generation that
It's become a way of life.
Yes, that's all they know is insurgency. That's what they were breathing when their mom had them up until date. So they know no other reality. It's difficult to convince such people that a different reality exists.
And by the way, I hear they're singing songs in praise of all these insurgents in the north. They have all like the Soniade equivalent praise singing of some Kabiru, something or the other. That is because one person's terrorist is it's on the other person's freedom fighter, and not
Man.
yes,
Yes, you have to understand what's going on.
yeah. Because
Yes, in
I've heard
some
of incidents of praise singing of these bandits,
you're not wrong, but you have to understand the context. These things happen in remote areas of the north, where these insurgents just get free volunteers coming in, and they that's how they expand their army, by recruiting these young boys, and they pay these young boys in US dollars. They have job security. So imagine you've never even seen 1,000 naira before. A group comes in trying to convince you, and they're already paying you salary in US dollars. I mean, if you're living in such abject poverty, that's a very tempting offer. So that's what's happening in all those remote areas of the north, that the government is just non-existent. There's no schools. There's no government present whatsoever. So the insurgents take advantage of that and go and lure the young people that have nothing to do there, no jobs, nothing to keep their mind busy, and offer them foreign currency. They haven't even seen their own currency in terms of thousands. So this is a very tempting offer. Government just made it easy for these people to recruit people to fight against their own country. And I mean, if I'm sitting here and I can give you all this information, trust me, the intelligence departments know way more than I do. This one is the one that is public, that we all know. So they know exactly what's going on. I don't know what's stopping the action. I really don't.
Do you think we have enough states in the north? Because I may well be of the thought that we don't have enough states in the north. If you're looking at a state like Niger State, for instance, Niger State is almost sufficient in land mass to sweep up at least a quarter of the south, and then you have only one government presence there. So you are saying this? So there's some satellite areas that are so far removed that they are not even aware they are in Nigeria because they don't know any government presence. So, and the government, because this is why they were creating states. Remember, we only had regions before, and they kept on creating more states, and that is to bring governance to the people. But do we even have sufficient enough of either states or local governments in the north? If we take Niger State, for instance, that space is too big to be just one state. There are conveniently 3 states, if not 4, coming out of Niger State alone. Borno as well, Taraba as well, even Zamfara can comfortably take 3 states. So do you think we have sufficient enough states in the north?
There are 19 states in the north as we speak, and I think it's more than enough.
You think so?
I think it's more than enough.
For the land mass.
It's more than enough. All those huge states you see, all have local governments in upwards of 25 local governments. Some have 44 local governments just in one state. One state even has up to 70. If you take the old Kano state, that's Kano and Jigawa, it's more than 70 local governments just in that old Kano state. So there's that, and that in turn means several different governments, up over 70 of them, and they all get monthly allocations. So the question you would ask is, what is the monthly allocations being spent on? What are they using the money for? Because all those spaces have their own local governments, and of course we have the problem with governors just literally hijacking.
Would you say that they have the most states in the southeast, in Igbo land, in Nigeria?
You say Igbo land has the most states?
I'm asking you, in terms
no, it has
of...
the least.
No, not in numbers, but in terms of the split of the states vis-a-vis the geographical mass.
I'm not sure I understand the question, one man.
Oh, okay. Let me
just rephrase it.
No, I'll rephrase it, but I'll rephrase it sharing the screen that I'm looking at with you. This is a screen that we have shared on this platform before. So hold on. So I'm talking about the landmass of that space. Let me see if I can hold on. I'm talking about the landmass of that space. You have a relatively tiny little space that has about 5 or 6 states. So if you take okay, yes, this is a good screen to highlight it. So let me share this. So if you take the totality of the eastern states, the Igbo states, let's say, they will fit 3 times over into most other states in the north. So I would say that they have an overly complement of states in the southeast. They have too many states, I would say, because if you let me put my, are you seeing it on your screen now? What I'm sharing, Black League.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So if you look at the Eagles, oh God, okay, technology is not my friend. I'm an Oyo man. Somebody like me, I should really be in the villages. What am I even doing? What am I even doing online? But do you get the general thrust of where I'm going with what I'm saying? Black League.
Yes, you're saying in comparison to the landmass in the southeast.
Yes,
they have the states. They have a good number of states to where governance.
They have too many. It's not even a good number, but too many.
But there's also calls for Southeast to have an additional state, so that
whoever is saying that needs shooting. Look, can you see my cursor?
Yes, I understand.
That's the totality of the southeast, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 states in this tiny little sliver of a mass. If you can move that, you move it into Niger State 3 times comfortably, but they have 5 states. They have too many states in the southeast. The southeast should at best not be more than 2 states. Igbo land, it should not be more than 2 states.
No, but one man with due respect. So those northern states are more cows occupying them than the southeast is more human beings. That because it's the desert.
I don't know about that, but
like Libya, like all these places. Only Nigeria that they say that the desert has more population. We have more cows there, but in the southeast is human beings.
With due respect.
All right. Yes, I think they have too many states. Sometimes when you start to interrogate some of the narratives of that space, it doesn't hold up to fact. This is what I'm starting to discover. But let me move you just from that controversial space, Black League, and land you on this space. Malami blocking Abakari's extradition. This the Human Rights Writers Association that are saying this thing, and they paint this picture of essentially Buhari's Malami's application for Abakari's extradition a red herring because they know that it would not pass through the treaty. So, what are you making of this storyline that is being posited?
Well, from what I get is they're making moves to stall the extradition process. And I don't know how it's gonna go because there's a lot of loopholes in the law for corruption and the laws because he's also facing.
Shall I give you? Sorry, Black League. Shall I give you a quick summary of what the Human Rights Association are saying? They are saying that they are saying that the request for Abakari's extradition has been in situation for well over a year, and Malami sat on it. But then there are charges now being levied by the drug agency, and the extradition treaty between Nigeria and the United States, which is the template for extradition treaties globally, it states that you are only compelled to extradite if the person is not one facing charges and two facing charges of equal or greater measure within his own local state. So these charges now that were levied by the NDLEA, it triggers that clause to say that the charges now that Abakari is facing, he has to answer that first before he can be extradited. And it is only after then the NDLEA had instituted these charges, they have levied these charges, that Abakari is now processing the application for extradition, which had been with him for well over a year. So the Human Rights Association, Writers Association, they are saying that essentially is Malami blocking the extradition essentially of Abakari because that law is clear and he being a lawyer should have had that understanding. So do you see the picture that they're painting and do you agree with it?
Yes, I do agree. I think when the story was still fresh, Baba Akure alluded to that might be to stall the extradition. That's why the NDLEA is bringing a higher charge to arrest him with. And I did agree with Baba Akure on that day. So I think that's just what's playing out right now. And these people know the law. You have to know the law before you could break it. And I think Abakari will end up not being extradited. And if he does, it won't be anytime soon. He would have time to really prepare for the case and beat it by staying in Nigeria and preparing for it. So the human rights organization coming out to speak on it is just shedding more light on the issue, hoping that the U.S. government would see what's going on. But the U.S. government, I don't think they would, even if they know what's going on, they'll just let whatever is in the tribunal take its course. I don't think they'll force it. Abakari is a small fry compared to what they deal with.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Black League. So thank you, Black League. So Black League, let's go from you to Rational Mind as we continue to progress the conversation. So Rational Mind, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Brilliant. So good of you to stay. So Rational Mind, we were discussing then, I know you have a particular view about Obasanjo, but does your particular view still sweep up and concur with what he's saying, that we will soon have to say goodbye to Nigeria as a nation? He's saying that the election process is essentially not fit for purpose. It's just is rigged and essentially an endorsement process. And the people seeking the election, they should more be in prison than in any government offices. He's seeking a reversal of these two spaces. Otherwise, he's just in domination for the country. So what are you then making of then Baba Yabo's alarm to the country, Rashnaman?
Well, first of all, whenever we criticize leaders here, we don't criticize them because we hate them, because we have some personal beef with them. No, it's because we're speaking to what they've done, what they seem to do publicly, and what's in public record, and that's what we speak to. So I don't have any personal beef with anybody, any of these leaders that we speak about here. I try to be objective and as much as rational whenever I speak about things like that. So talking about Obasanjo, I'll criticize him wherever I find him to be at fault, in my own view. For what you just said, I don't think there's anything new about it. Of course, a lot of them knows that the way that country is going, is being run, it cannot last. Things will just implode at some point. I mean, the country will what we're seeing, the images we're seeing coming out from that country is alarming. You know, you see kids, 15-year-old boys hacking themselves, beating themselves off, taking knives and, committing all kinds of violence. You start wondering what is going on in that country, So what he's saying, I don't think there's any, there's nothing to argue about. The Nigeria is gradually disintegrating. It's a fact. We can all see that's what most of us we debate here every time on this platform and other platforms. That country, the way it's being run, it might not see the next winter perhaps. So for me, what he said, if you look at it critically, there's everything wrong with that country. The system in that country, the governmental system, the societal system, there's everything wrong with that country. So if he's just saying that, or if he's just realizing that, because he's the same man who says there's nobody as more Nigerian than him. He believes in one Nigeria. Man, one Nigeria, and then look at where we've been up to now. Restructure this country, see where we've been today. I agree with some people that said earlier that, well, among the crop of leaders we've had since 1999, he is the best. Yeah, he is the best. Because things were done as worse as this. But I think it doesn't mean he's the best for us. He's not the best for Nigerians. But so far, the crop of leaders we've had since 1999 is the best. Because during this time, he brought in a lot of reforms that were successful, and that most of these idiots today, the clowns that took over after him, they're still benefiting from him. I wonder if this one that is there were to be the one that was handed over this 1999 to 1999. Probably this would have been worse by now, perhaps. So what I'm trying to say is he has his good side, which I'll give it to him. But whatever I find him to be at fault, or I find for me, I feel it's not speaking right or acting right, I'll fault him on that. Yes, it's not a news to all of us that Nigeria is going to disintegrate. We just hope the so-called electoral reform is talking about, or whatever reform is trying to push, that the should bring. You're not just the election alone. I mean, he's just speaking about election. Election is just one part of it. It's just one part of the rot in that country that shows that country is going to disintegrate. It's just a matter of, it's just a matter of when, not if anymore. So for me,
he also condemned in totality the people seeking the presidency as well. He's saying really that if the EFCC or ICPC had any purpose, these people should be in prison rather than seeking any election. And I think not many people will disagree. Tinubu, Atiku, Saraki, all this kind of elements.
But did you tell them when? The thing is, this question we should be asking is, when these people visited him, like the likes of Atiku and the rest of them, did you tell them that you people are corrupt? Did you tell them that? Of course, we know you have spoken about Atiku in the past, but Atiku visited him again. Jonathan visited him. We saw picture of him and Jonathan. Maybe there was this reconciliation going on. Backdoor, we don't know what is going on with that. Maybe he's trying to come back again. Trying to seek endorsement of Obasanjo again. So we kind of see all these things, and then he says one thing in private, and then he comes publicly and he paints another picture. So that's why a lot of us who know that man Obasanjo, we know him to be a Judas of a character. So he can backstab anybody. That is one thing about that man. He has done that to people.
Why do you say that?
No, we've seen it. We've seen it. He says one thing and then we see another thing he's saying. I mean, all these people visited him. I mean, these people we're talking about, the likes of Atiku, some presidential candidates, Bala Mohammed, all of them. He did tell them the truth. When they were killing people in Gogon, even in Ogun State, when Sheikh Gumi came to visit him, he did tell Gumi that, oh, look, these people, they're criminals. We need to treat them as such. Did he tell them that? He did not. Rather, he was saying he was forming an alliance with them. He want to bring them out and send them to school or whatever they said they were planning with the Sheikh Gumi then. I mean, this is kind of people, we don't understand where they stand. They say one thing and they do another thing. And then you start wondering, are these people messing with our heads? So the point is, you see, when they speak like this, I won't fault him for that. But what he's saying is not new to us. This is what we have been saying. People like him, they just don't accept the reality of something sometimes. The only when maybe something is affecting their own relation, or maybe they are not being relevant in the scheme of things anymore. That is when they start saying, they start speaking just to be heard, or maybe to speak to popular view or opinion. So for me, let's not just go down into all this thing about the man. I don't want to attack his personality anymore. But whatever he said, yes, it's the way that country is being run. Like I said earlier, when I was talking to the DOG, that system cannot continue. I doubt if it's going to last 10 years from now, even 15 years from now. It's just a matter of when. It's not even if anymore. I know Nigeria is very resilient, but the way things are going in that country, the education is bastardized. Our kids over there now, they don't even think of education anymore. All they think of is just how to make money. They're not creative. The education is not even, look at our kids. I mean, look at them. They are all out there in school. The ASU strike, under this man alone. Look at the ASU strike they've had. How they've reneged on their promises to what should even take priority?
National Bank, on that education, sorry, just a quick one. A lady said today her daughter called her to say she wants to stop school, that she wants to start business.
You can imagine.
Somebody in like 300 level or so.
Was it not you, one man that played us a clip here of some day ago? A girl in university, she said it's better for her to even go to do business, something like that, to that effect. I mean, I'm speaking because I have nephews who are supposed to be in school, but they are doing yahoo, and then you start wondering, like, these are kids that are supposed to be in school. The father doesn't have their time anymore because the father has to go and look for food. Is even far away, part of Nigeria, and then they are somewhere. I mean, like, you start wondering.
They interviewed a girl about ASU strike. Sorry, the girl said, it's good for her, so she can focus on business. That is good that ASU is strike.
No, we played that clip. That is what the Rational Mind was referencing.
Yeah. So you see, when a country does not give priority to education, this is what happens. I don't know if you guys saw the clip of kids, these young kids at the petrol station, gas station. They're just maiming and just macheting themselves. These are young kids that are supposed to be in school. When we have breeds of such people being what we're churning out every year in the society, it's always just a matter of when with that country we just disintegrate. Because when we have millions of such roaming the street of Lagos and other part of Nigeria, it's just a matter of when. These are kids that they lack remorse. That I don't even take a bottle or a knife or even push somebody. No, they don't even see that anything bad. They were pushing themselves, even trampling on themselves, and you start wondering what is going on. So is this the kind of future we want to be? Is this the kind of people that are going to take over from us in the future? I tell you, that country is not going to last.
I think that is what our Black League was referencing, that over the last 20 years, a lot of these kids, largely in the north, but really the totality of the country, they've known nothing but violence.
That's it.
So to reorient them is like a Herculean task, almost impossible, in fact.
So
they know nothing else now. That is their normal. Violence is their normal.
Yeah. Did you see NDLEA? giving what's his name? This guy from Oshodi there, giving him a brand ambassador, whatever they call him.
Oluomo. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
What is going on? You start asking, oh man, we have educated people there, like the likes of Kate Henshaw, the likes of the Banky W. We have people there that you can take. Oh my goodness. I said, I was so maybe that was what really got me down throughout today. I commented on Sarah Reporters on that. I was like, oh my goodness, this is no what I mean. This is little wonder why we see that decline in that country, when nobody sees education, people that are educated, competent, to be handling what would better every person in that country. When you put mediocres there, what do you get? You get mediocrity. You get what we see. We see that quality. We don't see equality anymore in Nigerian society. It's all about money now. Even the money itself, they don't even care how they get it. So you see, you wonder that if country continues like this, like Obasanjo said, not just even he just speaking because of the election. Maybe he wants his own person to be there or whatever. I don't know, whatever he has in mind, his motive. I don't want to question
his motive. I don't think he actually has a person, because the follow-on headline that I read about him is that Obasanjo clears air on sponsoring 3 Southern aspirants. So he was saying that he was just suddenly contacted by Ango Abdullahi to say that you are trending on social media for endorsing XYZ. And he's saying that he has never endorsed anybody and he has not really made his position known. But Obasanjo, like all of these monarchs, he is not going to turn you down if you're saying you're coming to visit him to seek his blessings. So you come. I think it's only Tinubu that's not been, but I think their own beef, it cuts deep and it's personal. But they will all go now and they will say, okay, good luck, which is what his role is,
Yeah. So my brother, so what I'm just trying to say is, you see, well, let's just see let's just see when is this going to happen? But just like I said, like he himself said, things cannot continue like this. If it continues this way, I doubt if Nigeria is going to last 10 years from now. I doubt it. But let's see. I might be wrong. And if Nigeria lasts like longer 10 years and now, with this current situation getting worse and worse, and the country has not disintegrated and something else has not happened to salvage the situation, then I would say Nigeria is not a country at all. I mean, people living there, they're just, I don't think they're just humans anymore. Maybe they're just some kind of animals. I mean, I'm not saying Nigerians are animals, but I'm a Nigerian. I have people there, but I don't just understand why people in their right senses would accept this kind of things in a society that they have abundance. There's an abundance of natural resources. Look at the fuel scarcity there.
Are you slowly coming on board with the Eastern narrative, the zoological republic? Are you slowly turning the zoological republic?
One man, I do somehow subscribe to that in the past. Not just, this is not my first time of saying that. I've also said that on your platform here. It's a zoo. Nigeria is a zoo in a sense. It's a zoo in a sense. Well, no, but maybe zoo is even more organized. People will say it's a jungle. I mean, it's a kind of like a jungle where nothing. I mean, like some people will say it's I've forgotten what they usually say. So anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that it's like I mean a jungle whereby no rule, everybody just act anyhow. Animal, dog eat dog, So anyway, you want to continue, anywhere you want to
Nigeria is a special case, a special place.
It's a special case. I don't want to start making us down here.
Where snakes swallow 35 million naira in an office, and that is the end of that. That is
I want to ask a question, and I was wondering for the past 3-4 days now, ever since that headline came out, and it's been carried out by many other media outlets. Buhari gave $1 million to international
to Pakistan
Islamic Council, $1 million. And if that report is true, because I think it's been verified to be true. That's what I've seen from many other news outlets in Nigeria. How can a president?
What is an Islamist now? Is that news? Is it not an Islamist?
I know, I get you. But the thing is, in a country that is in his right mind, you have sane leaders, and you have the kind of trouble you have that is similar to Afghanistan.
In what capacity did they give that?
They said he gave it through the Islamic Council, whatever, to give to them.
Yeah, but did he give it as the president or as an individual?
I think as a president, he cannot afford that as an individual. So as a president, as Nigeria, Nigeria has what they call this. They used to have it back in the 80s. They call it something aid, something like aid Nigeria does. Like we send teachers, we send engineers to other developing countries to help them. I mean, Nigeria was once a country. Sometimes when you imagine, it's a branch of the Nigerian Foreign Affairs, whereby they will send. I forgot what they call it. Something not aid they call, but something like that, something similar to that. They will send Nigerian expats to other foreign countries, especially like in teaching line and all that, teachers to help in places like Zimbabwe, Zambia, even in Sierra Leone. And so we used to have people who are very good. I mean, but then you wonder, you can do that. That is. I mean, we can understand that. But $1 million when you have your own country and you look at the state, they were complaining that they gave Nedu Woko and his people, is it $500,000 naira, $500 million naira, whatever they gave to them from the. I mean, you start wondering, and then this is the same people that were making noise. There's no money. Nigeria does not have money. We're borrowing money. You are borrowing money, and you're still giving $1 million out of that money to people.
Well, okay, let me bring you that story because I've not really followed that. In fact, I only became aware looking at the comment section here because it never crossed my radar. But let me just bring that story. Islamic organization OIC hails Buhari government for donating $1 million to Afghanistan. The organization, sorry, can you mute yourself for a moment? Too much feedback. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, has commended the Nigerian government for donating $1 million to the Humanitarian Trust Fund for Afghanistan. It was learned that the Nigerian government's donation was to bolster OIC's efforts at easing the humanitarian. Sorry, can you mute yourself, whoever that was, please? It was learned that the Nigerian government's donation was to bolster OIC's efforts at easing the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan. The organization had announced the launch of the trust fund to address the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan during its extraordinary emergency conference on Afghanistan on December 2021, held in Islamabad, Pakistan. OIC Secretary General Hussein Barin Taha, in a statement obtained by correspondents on Thursday, noted that Nigeria's donation would help in catering for the needs of millions of Afghan people, including women and children. He said, this donation comes in time to add a new momentum to OIC's efforts to contribute to easing the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan and to help in catering to the needs of millions of Afghan people, including women and children. OIC remains committed to the noble cause of supporting the Afghan people and spare no effort in implementing to the full the special resolution on Afghanistan issued by the last extraordinary session of the Council of Foreign Ministers held in December 2021 in Islamabad, Republic of Pakistan. The OIC appeals to all member states, stakeholders, and partners to come on board and make contributions to the Humanitarian Trust Fund for Afghanistan through the bank account reserved for this fund within the Islamic Development Bank. So that is that story that you're referencing. I think that passed my radar somewhat.
Yeah, so, that was. Yeah. So go on, I'm listening.
So I don't know. You see, there are two strands to that. I recoil from the Islamic space that was used for this donation, but I cannot recoil from the humanitarian aspect of it. So it's just if you want to unpick it, then you have to apportion your sentiments to the different elements of that donation. But how are you apportioning your sentiments?
Yeah. We're not saying that people should not be helped, but the thing is, your own house is burning. Like Yoruba people say, I can't even talk right. What I'm saying is, you put your house in order first, before you want to say you want to put other people's house, that just like even like people who are those people who read the Holy Scriptures will say that you take off the rafter in your eye before you can take off the straw for somebody's eye. So, but the thing is, you have almost 1 million people internally IDPs in Benue State. You never ask them, okay, Tom, here, this is money for you. Take. People in Gongon, we heard about it. They run to Benin Republic. You never send any FEMA there, federal emergency, whatever, to go there and ask them to see how they can rescue them. And I mean, you just want to misplace priorities. I mean, we all know that this man is an Islamist himself. We know, but the thing is, at least, I mean, do this thing in a more coded way. Nobody even know that you do, but even you're doing it blatantly too. I mean, doing it, everybody's saying it that yes, this is what what are you going to do? I mean, it's a slap on us. That said that Nigeria is not a country. A country whereby your own people that you get the tax from them, that you have to go and beg, take money from the international community, go and use them as surety to get money, and then you're taking that money and you're giving to another foreign country. When you have the same similar problem in your own house, then you've not fixed it. What are we talking about? So let's just forget this issue of Islamic or not Islamic, but the thing is that you don't give money out when you know you have the same similar problem, and you could use that same money to solve the same similar problem you have. Why give it out to other people? You know how much I want to make?
Rational Mind, let me bring you a follow-on readout of this spillouts from that space. So if you mute yourself, then let me bring it to you quickly. ASU fumes as Buhari donates $1 million to Taliban whilst Nigeria students languish. The Academic Staff Union of Universities has bemoaned the decision of President Mohamed Buhari's regime to donate $1 million to Afghanistan whilst the union is on strike. The union's complaint comes after the Organization for Islamic Cooperation, OIC, thanked Buhari for his donation to Afghanistan. Afghanistan came under the control of the Taliban extremists in August last year, and since then the group has strived to rebuild the country's economy. President Mohamed Buhari has today donated $1 million to Afghanistan to ease their humanitarian situation and to help in catering for the needs of millions of Afghanistan people, including women and children. Meanwhile, #ASU is still on strike. On the other hand, ASU has vowed not to renegotiate, says federal government not willing to pay outstanding funds. ASU, so it goes on to the, so essentially that is the response from ASU, and I suspect that will be the response, at least from southern Nigeria. But I suspect that this decision will be chaired in the north, and that highlights again the divide in Nigeria. A Rational Mind.
Yeah, there's always been that divide. It's even more pronounced this past few years, especially with this man there. So for me, I just want to end that discussion. You've just said it all. I mean, that's another way. You just brought another angle to it. The ASU strike and $1 million given out to a foreign country when you could solve your own, at least part of your problem with education. You see, we talk about Awolowo on this platform here. Some of us recall, and maybe some of us don't want to hear it. I mean, that man will always be an hero for some people. He's an hero to many people because that man, he saw that education is very, very important. That, I mean, most of us can attest to it. Most of us who came to foreign countries like the US, United Kingdom, the Scandinavian area to go study, those people, they invested heavily in education. And that was what really brought, like, look at China. China today is where it is today because they invested heavily on education. Most of the people who went abroad to study, they came back with that knowledge, with that intellectual knowledge, and they developed that country. So what are we doing when our education is not anywhere? So you have $1 million, and if you inject that $1 million and it's judiciously used in education, you would at least solve one area of that education rather than giving it out to another country that already they have their own problems. They make money from their poppy. And in fact, all this money that they get from international aid, there's no way they can account for it because you know what the Taliban is. Let's not go into that politics. But what I'm just trying to say is this, that we have misplaced priority. Our leaders, let me just raise that case there. I don't want to go there, but I think we said it all.
No. Go on, Tony. But go on, Tony.
Very
yeah.
sorry, sir. So the yesterday the minister even walk out. They walk, he or she walk out on the ASU conference where they were trying to settle the issues. They said the minister just walk out like that on them. So that's it, sir. It's very painful.
They don't consider them as important. They don't consider our children as important
because they consider the religious aspect of donating 500 million. That is 500 million naira, which could have solved a little bit of our problem.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear, everybody. Even though it's a Nigerian president who is a Christian that donates that money to a Christian organization, I will criticize him.
It's problem.
It's a problem. So we don't want to, it's just let us know.
Are you sure about that, rational mind?
Yeah, I will. No, I mean, one man, trust me, I will.
Yeah, sorry, not today. That today Blackley was trying to stress a little bit about Awolowo's vision. Why we say that he's more, I've said it also on this platform that Awolowo, as for me, that it's more than Mandela. Remember one man? Then you question me, say, how can you compare?
No, I don't remember you ever saying that, but
Awolowo, because Awolowo has so many states today that he has empowered before he left. Like up to Bende State, all the whole state, even the neighboring state like Kwara, Kogi. They are also benefactors. Beneficiary of this Awolowo's program. Industrial estates. Then that's what a man with vision. It's a Liberty Stadium. Then the first TV station, that's where I guess so Blackley was heading to before you stop.
One area that can drive industrialization.
First in Africa, everything that Awolowo brought was first in Africa. The tallest building in Africa was Cocoa House. I also work at Cocoa Dome now when I was like 13 years old, going to clean plate at Cocoa Dome, the 24th floor. So it's a restaurant, So you can leave school, you go there, do something, you get more money, and then you go back home. So, but there are so many things.
Cocoa Dome or Cocoa House?
Yeah, Cocoa Dome. Cocoa Dome is Cocoa House. The Cocoa Dome is on top. We only made the ice cream.
Cocoa Dome is not on top. Cocoa Dome is down beside the Cocoa House.
Yeah, I know, but we have, we have this thing where we usually produce the ice and the ice cream. It's all those butters. I did all those small job. They will go to okay. You're from Ibadan. Eleyele. Niger Manch.
There's no way I don't know about that.
Okay, then Tula Plastic now. Tula Plastic. Then Surface Plains. There are a lot of companies. About the university.
Are they still there today? Are they still there? This company you're talking about?
I don't know. The Farmic Limited, Farmic, so there are so many places where we can.
Farmic is still there.
We will go there to do something as kids.
All those plastic places you are mentioning, I don't think.
Yes. So
is that British American tobacco still there? Close to this man's.
But the one in Lagos Express, coming from Lagos.
Sorry for Molete side. You mean, Molete?
That one is not Molete. It's like when you after Guru Maharaji. Coming into Ibadan from Lagos. Yeah,
you mean Lagos? Okay, you're talking about Lagos. Okay, not Ibadan. Okay, those are the things. So Awolowo has laid the foundation for us. If you go to this Benin City, you have this tire company. You have Nolop in Ikeja. You have this Okumagba estate in Warri. Many things.
All right. We don't want to. We know Awolowo was a great man. So you are preaching to the
number one in Africa. Number one in Africa.
Okay. Well, that's your view, though. That's
not my view. There is the Awolowo lives.
No. Okay. That's enough, please. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Please. Oh God, man. Come on, man. Please.
Okay.
Rational mind. Please carry on.
Well, I'm done with that topic of Obasanjo.
All right. Let me take you to another talking point. Insecurity will never be as bad as before. Chief of our Defense Staff, Irabo, assures Nigerians. So, your thoughts on that?
Well, I think a lot of people have said a lot on that. We've heard them saying so many things. Technically defeated, to kinetically, and through all kinds of words. You see, that's one thing that usually it irritates me when people just use words just to disguise some things, and I'm just so angered when Nigerians, they are very good at using words, English words. I mean, things we can just say in a more clear way people understand and start using English because they just want to cover up things, kinetic or whatever they call it. I mean, hey, all these things you said you put in place, what has been the result? We've not seen the insecurity improve in that country. Rather, it's just worsened. So we start wondering then, anything they say now, how we to accept it? Are we to say yes, maybe really it's improving? Well, in recent times I've seen many newspapers, they've carried it that they've been doing well in that area. They've been massacring those people. But they've been taking the war to them now. Somebody said, I think somebody told me recently that they saw some military hardware came in through Nigeria, came in through the airports and came in through through seaport recently. But what kind of military hardware, I don't know. So maybe that's they took delivery of some kind of military hardware, maybe from Russia or from where, I don't know, maybe Turkey, I don't know. So but anyway, so maybe that's what they put into use, because I understand most of the massacring and killing of this decimation of this terrorists has been through air. Most of it has been through air. They've been bombarding them and all of that towards the Lake Chad region there. So, but then how true is this? We are yet to find out, because sometimes they tell us they've been technically defeated, or they've been massacred. They will never regroup again, and then later we'll find them regrouping again, and then so you see, like somebody said, was it Black League here said, when insurgency like that drags for so long like that, it brings in new form of insurgency and maybe banditry, as we've been saying. And you see people being born into that too. They see it as a way of life, and they want to take up arms against the state. This is they should not have allowed this thing to drag so long like this. Should have nipped it in the bud where they're supposed to have done. But we know all the politics behind it. And so I think this thing is going to stay with us for so long. I don't know. As long as that country remains as one, it's going to remain with us, except maybe something by some divine intervention, something just happened, and then maybe they're able to. I just see if they can stabilize.
I think it can be resolved if they recalibrate the security architecture of the country.
Maybe that too. Yeah, it can. But I just see that if they can stabilize Libya too, maybe that could also help. Maybe Libya should get a form of a stable government that has control over their territories. I think that should be able to also stem that insurgency in the Chad area and Chad and Libya axis. They too have their own insurgency there too. So anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that just what Lucky Rabo is saying is what it is, and what we've been saying lately from the dailies of the decimation of these people. Maybe that's really what it is, and if it is, well, let's just hope that will hold till the election, and maybe after they're done with the election, anybody that comes in will be able to bring in a real, because like you said, Niger State is a very large place. I don't think they should. I don't think creating more states will solve the problem. Will solve the issue of the insurgency or banditry that we see there, the criminality we see there, or kidnapping we see there. What I think is, they said every crime is local. That's what they said. So why don't you use a local measure to counter it? Have, as far as possible, a local government policing system. Let the local government have their own police. We have the federal police, the state police, and the local government police. If we are copying something from except we're not doing it, we don't want to copy that thing. If we're copying, let us copy the exact thing.
No, we cannot. You keep saying this, but we cannot copy the exact thing. Because we are not Americans, are we?
Oh my goodness.
No. What fits with the Americans? We're a different landscape. We're a different people.
So what's the Nigerian landscape there? What man educate me? What is the
We're an African landscape. We're of different mindsets. The American system is calibrated in a certain way, and that is how their system works. The Nigerians are not Americans. So how can you expect? Come on, man! You cannot keep saying that.
One man. We learn. You and I will go to school. We'll learn political science or government.
No, forget all that. We are not Americans. So don't keep saying that. What is American?
You see, when you interject me like this and you come the way you can.
No, you're going to go on some long journey and we are only going to
long journey.
Okay, go on. Say
what long journey? Say. I'm simply trying to tell you that if you're copying something, you copy the way it is done. You
No,
cannot use it.
you don't copy it verbatim. You take from it to suit your ways.
So the one we copied now, the one we've been doing now, what has it done for us?
What are we doing? What are you talking about?
The kind of system you run, the federal system you run in that country, whereby everything is on the exclusive list. The police is only under the federal.
Yeah, that doesn't fit now. So we have to recalibrate.
So what am I saying? You're countering me on then?
No, you are saying we should copy verbatim the American ways, and we are not American. So how can we act as Americans
when you say
not?
federal system, when you say federal system, the true federal system.
Okay, no, let's not go down that journey because we are 4 hours in and we're just going to get into
government is divulged to the local government. Okay. So that is the only way, just to answer that question about the insecurity. It's not just the army alone that is designed in security architecture to stem the tide of crime or to put crime in check. The police also are involved. And so you must devolve that policing to the local government. If they have a local government presence in those areas with a police or part of kind of like a national guard in that area, I tell you, they will not be able to. The kind of insurgency we're seeing in that area probably would not have even come in the first place. So that is what I'm saying. But when you concentrate one thing in Abuja, in Kaduna, in one place, and then they have to go and they have to call this general, and that general will have to call that general before they can get deployment. Oh my goodness, that is how do we run the country like that? So that is what I'm saying when I say federal system. A federal system is local government also has to have their own policing. They have to have their own kind of autonomy whereby they can secure their own area. So creating more space, creating more state does not solve that problem. It is the policing, making the local government stronger, a stronger entity, a part of the government that will really help work in that regard.
All right, thank you. I want to share this with you because just off the back of what we're talking about earlier on about the education system, and somebody saying that a minister walked out on meetings with INEC. No, can you? I'm sorry, I'm going to have to let you go. You jar my senses. You jar my senses, so don't do it, please. Okay. We're at the tail end now, so just steady it down. So this is for Rational Mind. I just want to, you just jump in and you just start to, don't do that now, please. So Rational Mind, I just wanted to play this off the back of, what was being said earlier. So this is just
children would actually be graduating and they're online. So people were trying to make the point that it's graduation season, obviously, and lots of leaders, children would actually be graduating. And hey, listen, you can't stop a parent for posting pictures of their kids graduate, but it's a joyous time. However, because these kids are children of our leaders, everybody has now have to discuss, okay, what has been done to our educational sector vis-a-vis the fact that they are having to send their kids abroad.
I happen to be a teacher. They say once a teacher, always a teacher, even if I'm not in the classroom anymore. Obsolete.
It's his sibling or her sibling, her child actually, outside the country to get educated.
So what I was really looking to highlight to you guys is just why these people are able to walk out on meetings to discuss education in Nigeria. So just this is their children, you see.
Kids graduate, but it's a joyous time. However, because this
so Iberiberism, of course, UK, you can see the backdrop. Saraki, UK, you can see the backdrop. Malam Buhari, you cannot see the backdrop, but that you can see you can't tell the location, but that's not Nigeria. So why would people like that? Why would they give a damn what happens to the Nigerian schools? They are not. It's not for them, and they are not for it. So hold on. There's even more of them. So I mean, it's a travesty, So these are the people in charge of education in Nigeria, and this is what they think of education in Nigeria. So there it is, Malam Bantuti, Egwe of Igwe, Aboki from Mali, all of them abroad, and you're asking them to secure education. Look at that. So that's the verdict on the Nigerian educational system right there. So there it is, and that is the Oshibanjos. They of course are abroad as well. So their daughter.
And we want these people to come and handle that country.
That is Buhari's son. Okay. This is it now. We must be joking. We are joking.
It's a joke. It's a joke of a nation. I mean, that country is. It's just It's I just don't know. Sometimes you just think
Our
about it.
priority is education, they will tell you. But
But
education of their own children, they mean.
So you see, so one man, you see, there's no way we cannot continue that country the way it's going. Just a matter of when. I don't know when, but I know it's every day we keep getting close and close to that disintegration of that country. But as to when exactly, well, let's see. But if that country never disintegrates and it continue dragging along like this forever, then I know people living in that country, we are not humans in that country. We are some kind of aliens that are not maybe superhuman, that have been conditioned to withstand all kinds of hardship in our. I mean, I can't just even imagine myself raising my kids in that country anymore, or even want to live in that country if that country is not fixed. Because I mean, if some of us go back and say, okay, let's just fix this country, some will tell you that no, we have our own way of fixing this country, and either they run you out or they even kill you, assassinate you if you dare cross their line. So you see, it's a mess. It's a mess. That's why some of us will just keep saying on this your platform, another platform, that the only way is let us break this country into smaller pieces. Let everybody manage their space. Maybe that will help, because I think that's the only way to go. Because if we're trying to restructure that country, some people say no, because they feel that they will be at a disadvantage, not knowing that they too have their what they can contribute. If they can only look inwardly, they can also bring something to bear in that country and even create an economic up for themselves in that part of the country, called Nigeria. But since they say they don't want it, they want us to continue dragging along the way we are. I mean, we're talking about people's life and existence. It's being wasted. My parents' life were wasted in some ways. I mean, when I mean wasted in some way, I mean they were complaining. They brought their own kids to this earth, and then they had to struggle without even reaping. I mean, they're senior citizens now. They don't even get any money from the states. Okay, here we're giving you money, or we're even giving you the even least. Go to any health center of your choice. We give you. I pay insurance for my dad. I pay his insurance, health insurance. Imagine in Nigeria, health insurance. So I pay. So for him to be able to go to do his eye exams and whatever exams he needs to do. I mean, the list of the things that the country can do for senior citizens. Okay, we'll be giving you this also monthly stipend, or we'll be giving you free health anytime. Just go to any of a choice. Here's a card, run it. I mean, it's just money. What is the point of the social contract? What is the point of the social contract that Nigerians they have with the government? Nothing. We can hear the idiot or the Opono, they're talking about just take it like that. You get used to it. That's like, my goodness. When we have people like this in the hands of affair who are leading us, why we don't have the kind of country we have? So it's like we can just go around and talking too much about this whole thing. For me, I just say, I think we all get the point. We all get the idea. So that's where I just rest the case there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. So that seems to be a good spot to start rounding it off. So, Ajanle Koko, we want to start rounding it off from here. So, because I think it's just it's tidied itself up. So it's tidied itself up to land on Black League. So we start off from Charlie Boy, if he's still with us. Charles, are you there? Okay, so we don't appear to have Charlie Boy. So we go on from Charlie Boy to Tony. Tony, we're taking closing remarks.
Okay, first of all, I was not trying to interject. I was just trying to remind you that.
Well, you just jump in and then you just start to talk something that is not even relating to.
No, I was talking about. Yeah. No, I was trying to remind you that I told you that the minister walked out. Before I saw your video. Your video was very, very good. That you try to prove me right that because the minister walked out, so and they showed the pictures of those criminals, children schooling abroad. So also, but where's the point? Okay, and then so I just want to say hello to everybody. Thank you very much. But please, today has been a very nice day. That is without no argument. I'm sorry. Sometimes I just try to come in like that. I'm sorry, sir. No, don't be. So it might be no verse. So DOG, my brother, how far? Okay. So DOG, you hear me? I just salute you. I mean DOG don't go. Okay.
Maybe don't go. I don't know where I sit in there.
And I'm about also now. Okay. Okay. Good night, everybody. So one man, I beg you, make you no kick me out. Because today was very nice.
I'm not kicking you out, but just I do ask for your cooperation. I know you are popular with the platform, but just cooperate with it now.
I'm sorry. I did try to calm down. Okay, you know,
Don't say you are sorry. Just cooperate with us now. Everybody
um,
else cooperates now. So
I did
please.
too well before, but I did calm down small. Sorry. Dear,
All
dear.
right. Okay.
All right,
Thank
sir.
you, Tony.
Thank you. Good night.
Real
Good night.
delight. So thank you, Tony. So that was Tony. There's no other like Tony. It's just his own unique self. So his unique self. D. We couldn't hear from you just then, but hopefully we can hear from you now. Are you still with us, D?
Yes.
Yeah, brilliant. So closing remarks are.
Yeah, it's a good one tonight. Everybody has really made sense. I just think with the Nigerian space, it's just the right time for people to fight for their rights. No Messiah is gonna come from heaven to do anything for us. We need to see how we can work things out and struggle. We need to fight for it and grab it, whichever way. Um, Everybody like, share, and see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. I can hear the sleep in your voice already. So that's the DOG, a regular contributor. So from DOG to another regular Rational Mind.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody, for those who stay tuned. I can see a lot of us were here and we've not really thumbs up. Please do that. This helps the one man platform to get more, for you to get more notification whenever it's going on live. And please support the group support the platform in any way you can. There are some other ways you can do that. You can just look around the platform and you see some links. You can make donation. Well, having said that, I want to thank you, one man, once more again. Yeah, a lot has been said. I don't think there's anything I can say much than just say we should all keep hope alive. We just hope that someday we'll get the right set of leaders that will bring us out of the quagmire, the lowness we've seen in that country. But I don't think this 2023 will be will be a springboard for that. I don't see it because the crop of leaders that we're seeing that have been championing that cause of wanting to be elected, they're the same criminals we've known. I don't know what they want to do, what they want to do differently. Like what we had this Ojuyobo himself said that he wants to build on Buhari's legacy. If you say you want to build on Buhari's legacy, so it's the same. What was that their mantra they used for this 2023 election? I mean, this last election. I know this was change, and then the other one was I don't know what was that second one, and that's what we're riding on right now. I mean, is it one? I don't know. Whatever it is. So if he says he's going to continue on that, then he tell us that he's going to be doing the same thing, repeating the same thing. But when he said again that he will correct some things again, that was why I was like, how do you say you want to build on what this guy has done and you want to correct? What are you correcting? I don't know. What message are you sending? So that's the thing that these people are messing now. They're just messing with our heads. So, well, I just hope that something better would happen. But I don't think 2023 will bring us to that El Dorado, that utopia, whatever we dream of for having to have someday in that country. Well, I just keep hope alive, like I said, hoping that something better will come. And on that, I just want to end on that. And I want to wish everybody a good night or good morning wherever you are.
All right, brilliant. Well said, Rational Mind. So, well said, Rational Mind. Ego better, insists, Rational Mind. But we lead better. That's the question for Black League. Black League, the final word.
Yes. Thank you for another great show tonight. Thank you to all the contributors, the ones on the platform and the crew in the comment section. Thank you all. It's been a great discussion. My point about Awolowo earlier is for us to see the value in our own heroes and not wait for other people, be it the West or whoever, to tell us who our heroes are. If you look at what Awolowo specifically did in Western Nigeria at that time, it was really something remarkable. And well, people have already listed it on this platform. But at that point, Nigeria was, especially the Western region, was competing with countries in Europe and competing very favorably. The TV was there before most of Eastern Europe. Um, built in a university that had a teaching hospital that the royalty in Saudi Arabia was sending their kings and the families to the teaching hospital in Western Nigeria at that time. But today the reverse is the case. We go to Dubai, we go to the United States, to UK just for ailments that we can easily go to our own hospitals if they were equipped. So for what our Lord did, I could easily rate him higher than Mandela because some of his legacies still stand. Meanwhile, in South Africa, those legacies that are touted about Mandela does not stand. The Black people in South Africa virtually do not control the economy. They do not participate in the economy. It's not willingly, it's because they are schemed out of it. They do not control the land. They own about 10% of the total land. They virtually own nothing in South Africa. Their illiteracy rate is one of the highest in the whole continent. But you don't see that with the Yorubas because Awolowo had a strict mandatory educational system that everybody had to go to school for free. We see the effects of it today. So we need to know our own heroes so that we could really value what they did and try to attain the heights and surpass what they did years ago. There's no reason why we should still be really talking deeply about Awolowo. We should have surpassed whatever he was able to achieve by now. But for some reason, we have not surpassed it, and it's still a hallmark for our development. We can definitely do better by really networking amongst ourselves, building a strong economy with or without support from the government, and really see that we have more in common than what divides us. So we can come together and really fight this corrupt system that is run by a few corrupt individuals. Keep watching the show, keep getting ideas on nation building and really how to come together. We do this every day because it's really out of love for our country. And we see the possibilities in spite of all the setbacks that we face. The possibilities are strong. We can once again compete favorably with the rest of the world. I'd like to conclude with that. Like, share, and subscribe to the platform if you haven't, to keep getting more and more incredible content that comes out from this show. With that, I say, make sure you live your life because everybody lives. My bad, everybody dies, but not everybody lives. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you. So that was Black League. Now, Alexander Gomez's favorite. It was once upon a time Ajanle Koko, but now you've stolen that crown. Ajanle Koko, Alexander has been claiming that Black League is his favorite. So when you turn up tomorrow, he has to explain that because we all thought that you were his favorite. But Black League, everybody's favorite. We all know that. So thank you, Black League. Always a delight in your company. So Black League has the final word in the absence of the mighty Ajanle Koko, who is my own favorite, so I can say that. But Black League a favorite, everybody a favorite, I don't have a favorite. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section over here, I say. Peace.